go.
Hydration is one of the most important things I can think of in training. Really, you can't perform to the best of your ability without being hydrated.
It's important I stay hydrated by drinking water throughout the day, but also mixing in some electrolyte drinks with that. Yeah, hydration is super important.
We welcome you to Southern California in the middle of July as Sound Running brings you the 2025 edition of the Sunset Tour at Occidental College in Los Angeles, California. Beautiful venue. It's been a site of a lot of great distance racing over the years, and we call it a Sunset Tour. The sunset has not yet reached the Los Angeles area, so still quite warm on the temperature gauge, about 84 degrees, but that will cool off as the late afternoon turns into evening, and also the winds hopefully will be dying down as well. We've got a lot of action for you, and there's a good look from high above Jack Kemp Stadium on the campus of Occidental College. Yes, even a pool adjacent to the backstretch, and rumor is later on some of these athletes that are competing in these races today may venture over for a little pool party to end the night. Great to be with you here. Paul Schwangard, joined by Tom Fuhr a little bit later on in the broadcast. Will Lear will be doing the interviews down on the track level. And as we're going to get easing into our schedule today, a little bit of community racing to start us off. We're going to have a couple of all-comers miles. We'll also have an all-comers 5,000 meters coming up a little bit later on in the program. Distances from 800 up to 10,000 meters. That'll be the women's 10,000 that'll end the schedule tonight, as this one will go relatively late into the evening, wrapping up about 10:30 local time. Whistle from the starter, getting set for 4 laps of racing here in this all-comers mile, and so get the racing underway. Chance to talk about this Sunset Tour, of course, gearing up for the stretch and championship run of track and field action. The U.S. trials for the World Championships coming up in Eugene in just a couple of weeks' time. So for most of the Americans that are here, this is kind of tune-up time, though there are some folks, including Alicia Munson, who are just trying to get qualifiers coming back from injury. She'll be part of the 5,000-meter contingent later on tonight as Polo Martinez gets out to the early advantage here in this all-comers mixed 1 mile, the first of 2 sections that we'll have for you tonight. This is also a silver label event in World Athletics categories, and that's good news for those who are running here because it affords them the opportunity in those single elite races in all of the main disciplines to get some of those ranking points. And if you've been following how people qualify for the World Championships now, it is a little bit more complicated than it was a few World Championship cycles before. They've made it a tougher standard in order to reach, quote-unquote, the automatic qualifying standard, and then trying to fill out the rest of the field on the ranking system. For the most part, Americans still getting 3 athletes qualified for those World Championship distances, and of course in some of the shorter distances like the sprints, anyone who won a world title in Budapest back in 2023 will get a wild card, and then U.S. will add 3 additional athletes to the field for a total of 4. You see Martinez out to the early advantage, 66.21 on the opening lap for him. This is a mixed schedule of both men and women that are racing here and getting our program started. As we look at the schedule, we're going to have the main card with the primary top-seeded races starting at about 8:15 local time in Los Angeles with the men's 800. And so we have a lot of sections that are coming up here shortly in the 800 and the 1,500, the 5,000, and the steeplechase, but a lot of names floating among them. There is also a lot of folks here who are, if they're already qualified in their respective events, they're going to be running at an off distance. You think of someone like Josette Andrews, who's coming down in distance. Of course, has said she's going to focus on the 5,000 meters at the U.S. trials and will race in a 1,500 meters here later on in the program. So we've got a lot of steeplechasers who are running without the barriers tonight, just getting in some good racing in Southern California at this Sunset Tour stop. So a lot to look forward to as we get into the racing here. Polo Martinez still with the lead. Came through 809 meters in 2:21.46. Getting a little bit of company now here at the front. Micah Huang and Evan Cavell also among the leaders. Good drone coverage for you tonight as well, as the crowd will begin to fill up that stand adjacent to the main straightaway. Just a great venue for racing, real intimate and perfect size venue for an event like this. And Sound Running just does a great job of putting on these events in SoCal during the year. Of course, they had the 10 and then the track meet and now the Sunset Tour, as we're 3 laps through in this mixed all-comers section 2. As that is Trevor Wong, hip number 4, with a half lap to run. As the day gets into night, we'll also see those wave lights on the rail begin to assist some of the top athletes. There are actually wave lights on the track right now for these community runners, set between 5 and 6 minutes, and Wong ahead of that right now as he comes in to the finish line and will be our winner in section 2 of the all-comers mile. Bragging rights here and the time to beat coming into the second section will come up here shortly. Justin Whittet finishing in second ahead of Micah Huang, and then Manuel Javier Alvarez Freyas finishing unofficially in fourth in 4:54.96. Kind of fun atmosphere for the community runners as they'll finish up on this track and then convert themselves into spectators for the remainder of the program. After this first all-comers mile section comes up, there'll be a second section. These are athletes that provided seed times a little faster than the section 2 group, and those will be our 2 community races to start things off at the Sunset Tour here at Occidental College. Hip number 30, Yamato Makahara, wrapping up there, doing a nice job. Emery Martin finishing up here as well, and shade over 6 minutes and call it 12 seconds. And Bulbrook of the Silver Lake Track Club. And Andres Lozano. There you see the unofficial results. Whittet finishing in second. Trevor Wong looked to have come across the line in first, but not showing up on those live results just yet. Those will be eventually confirmed and made official. Athletic Live, your place to be tonight for ongoing coverage of these races. We'll have live results in real time and splits in some of these longer races.
We have 5 minutes to the start of our next race. 5 minutes.
Meantime, the strides coming out here for the second section to come up as we look at some of the highlights from the racing here in Section 2. Polo Martinez had that lead, but there you see Trevor Wong getting into rhythm and a stride and overtakes Martinez and then holds on to the lead. Thumbs up as he comes down the final stretch, and he takes the victory in Section 2 of the All-Comers Mile to get things started at the Sunset Tour in 2025. A lot of great names to look forward to tonight, even in some of these early sections of racing. Got Olympian Allie Wilson coming up in Section 2 of the Women's 800. Sam Ruth, the 16-year-old out of New Zealand, has been racing on the West Coast a few times. He was up at Pre last weekend. Olin Hacker in a Section 2 1,500 meters at about 6:40 p.m. local time. About an hour from now, Brandon Miller moving up in distance. He's going to run a 1,500 meters as well in that second section. Going to see Sadie Englehart perhaps twice tonight. The talented high schooler going to be racing in Section 2 of that women's 800 meters. Speaking of high schoolers, Tavon Kitchen and Josiah Tostenson out of Crater High School in Oregon will be racing in the second section of the men's 5,000 meters. And then the big program, names like Hob Kessler, Maddie Erickson, the NCAA indoor champion, last year's outdoor champion at 800 meters, Shane Cohen, scheduled to run. Emily Mackay in the women's 800. Sage Hurd-Klecker, who last week was the pace setter extraordinaire for Faith Kipyegon's breaking of the 1,500 meter world record at Pre. And probably the most eagerly anticipated race of the night will be the penultimate race of the evening, that women's 5,000 meters, absolutely loaded, including the American record holder Alicia Munson coming back from injury. First race on the track, needing that qualifying standard to race in Eugene in a couple of weeks. But she'll also be up against Carissa Schweitzer, Courtney Frericks, and Taylor Rowe, who's been running really well on the roads this year, coming to the track now, as a lot of folks are making that transition from the roads to the track. Speaking of the roads, Amanda Vestry, congratulations to her, a U.S. champion today at the USATF 6-kilometer championship in Canton, Ohio. As we look at the start list for this second section in the all-comers mile. Samantha Huerta, the lone female in this race, as it is scheduled to be 20 on the track here, and those pace lights going to be set for 4 minutes and 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Brian Wyatt is the early leader from the West Valley Track Club as they settle into the first lap of 4 in this all-comers mile. We're at Occidental College in Los Angeles, California, as a spectacular 80-degree plus day in Los Angeles will begin to give way to some cooler temperatures, and sitting in those grandstands many times for USATF Distance Classic events. The view of the sunset from that seating bowl is pretty spectacular, as is the entire facility here at Jack Kemp Stadium. So Adam Wood, Brian Wyatt, Miles Gackstetter, and Luke Calabayan, your top 5 as they head to the backstretch for the second time. Our final all-comers race to start our program before we get into some of the early sections in our high-performance window. 66.87 at 409 meters for Adam Wood. As you see the splits there for Wyatt and Gackstetter as well. Chase Pack making the turn around the far turn, coming to halfway in this mixed 1 mile all-comers event. Adam Wood still leading the charge as he goes through 2:12.07 at 409 meters, followed by Wyatt, Gackstetter, and Calabayan. A little quicker on that second lap, 65.20. Of course, that does not account for the extra 9 meters run at the start of the race, so clicking about the same pace here. Wyatt leading a single file line of runners here on this third of 4 laps. Luke Calabayan now trying to regain contact with the leaders as he's lost a little bit of ground. Looks like he's back there in 5th position. As they'll come down the main straightaway for the penultimate time. Brian Wyatt now leading the charge. Wood getting a little gassed here as they reach 3/4 of the way in 3:15.72, 63.20 on that last 400 meters. And Brian Wyatt of the West Valley Track Club trying to build a little bit of an advantage as he heads down the backstretch for the final time, followed by Wood, Gackstetter in 3rd. And Wyatt beginning to get a little bit of an advantage, and it looks like he's got himself a 200-meter run to home and a chance to win this all-comers mile, nearing the 4-minute mark on the clock. And coming off the final turn with less than 100 meters to go, Brian Wyatt of the West Valley Track Club, patient through the middle part of the race, took control with about 2 laps to go, and will take the victory going away in this second section of all-comers mile as he wins in 4:17.35. His seat time, 4:19.15, so maybe that's why the smile has emerged from his face as runs under that seed time, wins by a little more than 8 seconds as well over Adam Wood. Gackstetter finishing in 3rd ahead of Glicksman. So that wraps up the early all-comers portion of the races. We'll now get into the elite racing here shortly. Scheduled to go with Section 3 and then Section 2 of the men's and women's 800 meters. Then we'll have 5 sections of 1,500 meters. Men have 4 sections tonight. Women have 3. And then we'll have the mixed 5,000 meters, which is an all-comers event, and that'll set the stage for the second sections of the 5,000 meters and the second section of the men's steeplechase before we get to that main program. Again, 8:15 local time when we start with the high-performance section of the meet and that men's 800 meters. Another look at the winning run by Brian Wyatt. As he takes the victory in the top-seeded section of the mile for the all-comers section. There are the final results. Late add into the race I think that listed 22 was an added run. There was 21 scheduled in the race. And I had mentioned that Samantha Huerta was scheduled to run as the lone female in that race, but she did not start in that race. While we have a moment, let's have a word from our sponsor, Brooks.
Let's go.
Get our thanks to Brooks for sponsoring the Sunset Tour tonight as we get set for the first of three sections we'll see in the men's 800 meters. Bennett Booth Ghent, there you see there is our pacer for section number 1. Look at the full start list. Two-time national champion of Puerto Rico, Ryan Sanchez, featured among the group in the field with Braxton Brewer, Colin Dilla, Cole Listhorse, who was third of the Big Ten Indoor Mile this year, William Cuthbertson of the Empire Elite Track Club, Robert Hewison from Ireland, third their national championship last year, Bobby Pointer ran at USC, semifinals of the Olympic trials last year, AJ Green, who competed for Kansas, and Jose Manuel Rodriguez, who was fifth in the Mexican national championships in 2024. Well, as promised, he wasn't running the community mile, though he could have been very competitive in that race. Tom Fuhrer joining us here for the call of these elite races. Good evening, Mr. Fuhrer. How are you tonight?
146.5.
Will Lear is going to join us as well for some of the calls for the interview portion of the program. Here's Rodriguez Montoya. And you see Ryan Sanchez next to him wearing hip number 1. This men's 800 meters, the wave light set for 146.5. World Championship standard is 144.50. The Americans wanting in to the U.S. Championships need to run 145.60. with a minimum standard if needing to take more to the field in Eugene, 147.50. So we're on to racing here in Section 3 of the men's 800 meters with Sanchez, Brewer, Dilla, Lindhorst, Cuthbertson, Hewison, Pointer, A.J. Green, Rodriguez, and Booth Ghent. And Booth Ghent serving as the pace setter. Again, 146.5 is what they're looking for. William Cuthbertson ran for Butler's there in second, right behind the pacer, who steps off the track right at 51 seconds. As we head to the backstretch. He's Sanchez back in about 5th position. Here's Cuthbertson. As Bobby Pointer there in 2nd. Rodriguez Montoya. But Cuthbertson, tallest of the figures. Now Sanchez trying to make a move as they're in front of those lights. Set for 146.5. Now Sanchez going to try to slingshot his way off the final turn and come up and try to challenge Bobby Pointer maybe for 2nd. And can Cuthbertson hold on here at the end? Is he going to try to win it wire to wire? And he does, just getting across the line. As we'll await the official time, Cuthbertson was ahead of Pointer in that race, as Cuthbertson was listed in the live results as a DNS, but obviously he was absolutely in the race, so we'll get that reset here. Bobby Pointer running 146.53. That's a new lifetime best for him, and a lifetime best for A.J. Green, former Kansas runner, in 146.99. Look at those highlights again. Good job by Booth Genth. It's one of the tough jobs that comes with the territory of these types of races is the pace setter. And those pace lights do help, obviously, after the pace setter steps off the track, but you're really wanting that pace setter to establish that early rhythm, and in some cases take a little of the brunt of the wind. We had winds at about 10 miles an hour right when we started back in, about a half hour ago. And as we shift from this men's Section 3 800, on to the women's 800 meters. Tom Fuhrer joining me for the call. Tom?
Paul, finally, I think I'm with you now. Good things come to those who are patient. Wanted to say Bobby Pointer, the ex-USC Trojan. That was a very nice performance by him. To see him, and again, one of the things that's nice about these meets that Jesse Williams and Sound Running puts on is it gives these post-collegiate athletes opportunities, because so many of them will peak well after their collegiate years, and that'll be a through line throughout this meet. Interested to see, Paul, Izzy Thornton-Bott, from former University of Oregon runner in this one, but more importantly, Aaliyah Miller, who won the NCAA 800 in 2021, was 2nd in the World Under-20 Championships in 2016, the 9-time Big 12 champion, but has really struggled over the last couple of years. Be interesting to see how she does here.
Yeah, she's 4th from the right as we work our way down. The Missouri Valley champion for Drake University, Emily Meyer, there on the outside.
And you wonder, too, I was going to say, Paul, you wonder, too, with these post-collegiate, after the season's over, they've been running indoors, they've been running outdoors. Do they have another gear for this postseason type of race?
A couple other, 2 Ducks in this field. Former Ducks, Carly Kleefeld of SRA Elite is going to race in lane 4, just adjacent to where you see Aaliyah Miller. Also Anna Connor, World Masters under 35 champion a year ago. As they're going through the introductions here, Hannah Ballou, who ran at Virginia Tech, there on the inside next to the pace setter, Georgia Jenneret, as they're scheduled for this women's race to have the wave light set for about 2:02. And that's the great thing about these, these seeded sections, Tom, too, is, they're all trying to get sort of like a championship flavor racing, and to get into a very competitive race, even though it may not go sub-2, is still going to bode well should they get an opportunity to race at those championship levels later on this summer.
No kidding, and as you pointed out before, conditions are really good, especially for an 800. And the USATF qualifying is 2:00.5, but 2:02.50 will get you into filling the field. And a couple of these athletes are certainly capable of doing that.
And that is one reason why that wave light is going to be pushed just about a half-second click ahead of that 2:02.5, which is called the minimum. Again, there'll be fields filled to a certain number, and if they don't have enough competitors based on the automatic qualifying standard of 2:00.50, then they'll fill the field. Though, as we've seen all season long, Tom, the times are getting faster, and those seed times and those qualifying times are going to start getting adjusted pretty much on an annual basis. And already we've got a little bit of a breakaway here as the pacer Jenneret and Miller looking very good here in the early going, right behind her. And then we got a pretty good gap back to Lamelli, who ran for San Diego State, back there in third.
It's really great to see Aaliyah Miller back in the swing of things. She ran 2:03.24 in June, but she's definitely capable of running something in the 2:01 at least territory. Very big talent. Again, a big game hunter too. 9 Big 12 championships and a former NC2A indoor championship. She's flying, Paul.
2:00.87 her lifetime best, and as Tom mentioned, 2:03.24 earlier on this season. We look behind her for some movement. That's Emily Meyer of Drake trying to move up now into 4th position, but Miller trying to hold on to this lead and hold on to the lead over the lights as well. But starting to get a little bit of company here coming off the final turn. She's going to have a battle, and this is where you're going to have to show some strength with less than 100 meters to go. Hermansson, the 11-time national champion for Sweden. You see her legs start to go as she is just trying to get to the finish, and Miller will hold on for the victory. So after a very good first lap, Tom, Miller needing to work on that closing speed and that sustained strength that would get you into those later rounds at the U.S. Championships, but she'll take the victory here just to shade off her season's best in 2:03.54.
Yeah, she had to do a lot of that work from early in the race, and it took a toll down the stretch, but Hermansson didn't have enough to close. Not a bad race for Emily Meyer there in third. Again, for the collegians, we're going to see one of two things happen. We're going to either see, it's time to close the season off because it's been going on for so long, or we're going to see, hey, they had to run some tactical races at NCAAs and at their conference championships. This might be a time to let loose. So it's going to be interesting to see how much longer they can extend the peak. And you can see the pace setter, did their job about 29 seconds through 200, and then right away, wasting no time, Aaliyah Miller went out to the lead and came through for the finish there. I don't know if she even knew Hermansson was coming up, but she certainly...
Crisp is going to be our pace setter, as they will try to run this one about 1:45.5, which is just a shade under the A standard for the U.S. Championships coming up this year. And, this is a good group here, and a lot of intrigue, I think, Tom. We got kind of some mashup here as well. You got Colin Salmon, notable name from his exploits as a high schooler, but 8th at the NCAA Indoor Mile for Northern Arizona. There's a look at him there. But you got Vincent Ciotti, and then you got Ebel Tefra, who was the NCAA Indoor Mile champion at Georgetown, but didn't even make the final of the outdoor NCAA 1,500 meters, and that was a cutthroat semifinal round in Eugene. So getting another chance to race with the elite talent here in Los Angeles in Section 2 of the men's 800, and also a familiar last name wearing hip number 9. That's Patrick Toohey. His sister Caitlin also in the field. She's going to run a 1,500 meters for the first time in a couple of years later on in the program. He was the ACC indoor runner-up for NC State. So racing underway in this Section 2 of the men's 800. Finley McLear, Salmon, Thomas Stain, Ciotti, Tefra, Dose Ibadine of Under Armour, the Paris Olympian and national record holder of Nigeria in this field, Christian Harrison, Rob Heppenstall, Patrick Tui, and Vince Crisp on the pace setter here as they try to come through and already out and away from those lights just a bit. So swiftly to the first lap is Crisp and the rest of the field in tow as they come down the main straightaway. That's Tui, followed by Harrison in third. Now Salmon moving up on the outside and challenging for that third position as it comes through in 51.26 through the first lap.
And that's a pretty good pace there, Paul. And this is an outstanding field of runners. And I think we're going to see a lot of gyrations here down the backstretch and in the front stretch. Ironically, Patrick Tui, who just finished up at NC State, is the older sibling between him and Caitlin, even though he just finished his college eligibility this year.
Let's see what Salmon has left in the tank. Lifetime best of 145.63, but this is a good battle shaping up in the final stretch of the race for Section 2 of the men's 800 here at the Sound Running Sunset Tour. As Crisp trying to hold off the field, Salmon's going to get it at the end. So Crisp, who was listed as the pacer in this race, went all the way to the finish and almost won the race wire to wire, but Salmon takes the win in 146.25. That's a season's best, I believe, for him. 146.40 was his listed season's best on my chart, and Crisp finishing in second in the season's best, 146.57. Great last 100 meters and very competitive as we had 5 guys all under 147.
I thought Salmon showed a lot of poise, Paul, and a lot of strategic wherewithal here down the straightaway. He saved something for the end and did a really nice job. You know, one of the things when athletes are always chasing marks, you kind of wonder when they get into a big race, you know, how are they going to perform when there are other athletes of equal or better ability around them? And Salmon certainly had a rough NCAA, and maybe he learned something from that.
Well, the 2022 NCAA champion wearing hip 6, Christy Schofeld, now with the Brooks Beast Track Club, 6th in last year's Olympic trials. But there's Allie Wilson, USA indoor champion. And just the second race of the year for her, the Olympic trials runner-up, Paris Olympian. So much of a momentum boost from last season. And now stepping into this second section of the women's 800 meters. See Samantha Huerta is going to be the pace setter on the outside. Sadie Henderson also in this race, U.S. indoor 5th place finisher back in 2022. Brenna Detra was 4th at the U.S. indoors back in 2023. And Malia Menengati was the Mountain West Conference champion for Boise State. And Tessa Buswell was 3rd at the Big 12 indoors wearing that blue from BYU.
Paul, 3 of these 7 runners are ex-Boise State Broncos, so I'm calling this the Boise State heat. I'm interested to see how Tessa Buswell runs. She had a terrific freshman campaign, finishing 5th in the Big 12 outdoors. She was 3rd indoors, and she was on BYU's NC2A indoor distance medley relay team that won the NCAA championships. Big talent there from BYU. She's got great running mechanics. Look at her in the all blue there, just very calm, collected, moving in on the inside. I think she's going to be somebody we're going to hear from in the future.
Menegatti comes into that second position just behind Huerta. And then Allie Wilson settling in. Just a very smooth stride, and was also very smart and steady in moving over from an outside lane to get position here on the rail. As they will come down this main straightaway for the first of 2 laps. We'll get a first lap split for the pace setter Huerta at 400 meters. 58-52 at the bell, Tom.
Yeah, Allie Wilson is one of those veterans where we're now getting very close to the U.S. National Championships when it's go time. And we're going to see a lot of them out here today. Athletes that have performed very well. You're coming back from injury. Allie looked pretty there in 3rd place as the top 3 from Buswell.
Menegatti is the leader, though, coming down the backstretch for the final time, gearing up for this final 200 meters. Now, Allie Wilson trying to move on the outside, get herself back into second position, and trying to close that gap on Menegatti. And here is Buswell into third. But Menegatti full of run here. That Boise State background showing why she's going to come away with victory in section 2 of this women's 800 meters. 2:01.92 was her best coming in, and she's going to leave with a lifetime best. 2:01.16 is her winning time. Allie Wilson second in 2:02.20, and Buswell finishing in third in 2:03.15. Great effort by Menegatti, taking the victory in section 2.
And there you go. That's another one of these runners, Paul, postgraduate runners, that you give them another couple, 3 years, and they get time to develop and to really work at their craft. And Menegatti ran with a lot of confidence right from the front, did not really lose much in the second part of that race. She went out in 59, came back in 62. That's a pretty good run. As for Allie Wilson, Paul, there's a lot of work to be done before the U.S. National Championships in just 3 weeks. So that would be a little bit concerned for her. And for Tessa Buswell, a terrific coda to it has been an outstanding freshman campaign. I know you worked with Diljit at the Faith Kipyegon Chasing 4, and I'm sure she was quite pleased with the freshman year that Tessa Buswell had.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how she manages all that talent. She's getting even more talent coming with Jane Hedegren being added to the field, along with a pretty good influx of talent at BYU. They just continue to reload year after year.
Yeah, amen. And she did an outstanding job broadcasting with you, I thought, as well. So her talents are numerous and not limited to just coaching.
Hydration is one of the most important things I can think of in training. Really, you can't perform to the best of your ability without being hydrated.
It's important I stay hydrated by drinking water throughout the day, but also mixing in some electrolyte drinks with that. Yeah, hydration is super important.
Back at Jack Kemp Stadium on the campus of Occidental College as we move from the 800-meter distance up to the 1,500-meter distance. As mentioned, 4 sections in the men's 1,500, 3 for the women. So click off 2 men's 1,500-meter sections here back-to-back. Section 4 to be followed by Section 3. Pace lights for this, or the wave lights rather, will be set for 3:38, just a shade under the minimum standard required for consideration for the U.S. Championships for those in the race who are competing for the red, white, and blue. Men's 1,500-meter A standard this year is 3:35, the world standard at 3:33. And again, Tom, you just start looking at all the results here in the last couple of months, and you almost think that maybe World Athletics and USA Track and Field High Performance would want a do-over on some of those qualifying times.
Yeah, I mean, 3:35 flat for the A standard for the USATF Championships is just beyond the pale. I mean, just a few years ago, that was one heck of a 1,500 period, and now that's the qualifying standard to get into the meet. I mean, that's just incredible. I'm interested to see Corey Gorgas, who ran a 3:40.80, won a lifetime best. A couple weeks ago, he was third in the Big Sky 1,500 this year, and seems to have carried over his peak well. He runs for Northern Arizona, senior, just finished his eligibility there.
Jake Rosenkrantz is our pace setter today as Gorgas settled in on the rail just behind him. Yeah, it's a good mashup here, and this is what you would find in some of these lower sections of these distance events at the Sunset Tour. You got Joshua Sealand, who's a Division III All-American competing for Claremont Muds Scripps. You got All-American from Oregon, Benjamin Balash in the steeplechase, who's running the 1,500 meters here for some cross training. Adam Swanson, who was a Ohio Valley Conference runner-up for Eastern Illinois a year ago. So a lot of times you're racing with people you've never raced before, and that's also a good training competition opportunity, Tom.
Absolutely. Looks like Benny Balaz has pulled out, Paul. But Billy Atkinson is kind of interesting to me. He's a University of Virginia sophomore. Kind of maybe got lost in the shuffle with all the great UVA runners that Vin Lanana has there. But he's a 3:40.97 guy, and he's right up there near the front. It will be interesting to see how he does here.
Indeed, you're correct. Balash did not start the race, nor did Medrano. So a couple of late scratches, not necessarily uncommon. Gorgas is our effective leader behind the pace setter Rosenkrantz, with Adam Swanson and Billy Atkinson right behind them as he's coming to the 800 meters, and Rosenkrantz is starting to do a lot of looking around, and that usually means he's ready to step off the track as soon as they reach the backstretch here, and he's going to step aside.
Yeah, and they were on 58-second pace, so that's healthy, nice pace. And now the real racing, of course, begins.
Hamza Drijic, is now taking the reins. World Junior Champion way back in 2012. Forced to take a couple years away from the sport, but now leading here in Section 4 of the men's 1,500 meters.
Be interesting to see what they do with a lap to go here. About 2:41 with a lap to go. 2:41.86, so another 58, Paul.
Drijic has a lifetime best of 3:33.69, but the gap beginning to close just a bit as they reach 1,200 meters. Adam Swanson, Atkinson, and Tinajero out of Mexico trying to reel him back in. Tinajero was the Mexican runner-up at 800 meters last year, and he is there outside in lane 2, going to the arms, trying to close the gap now as Adam Swanson's in the lead.
Yeah, and Tinajero's got really long strides. Look at him there in second in the day-glow green. Now, whether he ties up, somebody with that long of strides can sometimes tie up as they get into the straight. He's really working, and it doesn't appear like he's gaining any ground.
Atkinson of Virginia moves into second, but he's not going to be able to close the gap on the leader, Adam Swanson. From Minnesota Distance Elite will take the victory, 3:41.44. And for the second consecutive race, Tom, a lifetime best for the winner as he takes a shade off his previous best of 3:41.73. But he also did that this year, so seeing a little bit of momentum in the training in 2025.
I just really like to see, Paul, so many of these athletes that are still going at it, still keeping at it. They may not be the 3:29, 3:30 guys, but they're still pursuing their craft, and I think there's something to be said for that in a major way. Drijic kind of went a little bit too early, and Swanson took advantage of that tactical error. Now Swanson's all over the track with that head bobbing, those arms moving, the grit on his face. This is an all-out effort for that young man, but good for him to get a lifetime best there, and a win by almost a full second over Billy Atkinson of UVA.
Well, and Tom, you know what? It is one of the great things about this event and others like it is that you're afforded the opportunity to have a real high-performance window, but there are other sections here early on, maybe not bringing the spectators necessarily out early because of the name value there, but they're getting a chance to rub shoulders with other athletes and maybe some that they want to, aspire to be and be back for a higher section or two come the next year round. There is Balash of Oregon. Looks like he's going to come now into this third section. So he got moved up, which can happen if there are scratches in some of these higher sections as well. But section 3, and talking about names you need to keep an eye on, Sam Ruth is one of them, the 16-year-old New Zealander. There you see him front and center, back on a West Coast tour that took him all the way up to the pre-classic as well. Almost got himself under the 4-minute barrier. The national under-18 record holder and the New Zealand national champion this year. And right next to him, hip 8, Rory Linkletter, the Canadian. Know him better as a prolific road racer now, but getting himself mixed up in a 1,500 meters here.
Well, and Paul, Rory Linkletter was 6th in the Boston Marathon. He's a Canadian. And then he ran 2:08:31 for 2nd in the Ottawa Marathon on May 25th. So just over a month later, the young man ran a 2:07:02 and a 2:08:31. But he's also got wheels. I mean, he's run a 3:59 flat mile, which he did last year. 13:29 for 5,000. One thing, too, about these times that we were talking about, Benny Balaz, he runs a 8:24:46 in the steeple, and you think, oh, my God, he had to finish top 4 or 5 in NC2A. He finishes 7th. I mean, that's how ridiculous it is these days. And it'll be very interesting to see how he performs. And look out, if it's a somewhat slow pace, Garrett McQuitty has a kick like you would not believe and could be a real factor here. He's another grinder, a guy that was at Cal years and years and finally came to the fore this year, a runner-up in that ACC 1500 to Strand. And, this is a guy, again, that's been at it, and is finally succeeding. You're looking at Chris Cadillo, too, of Cal Poly. And Ryan Van Hoy has done an excellent job there in San Luis Obispo. Cadillo, sophomore, was 2nd in the Big West Cross Country Championships at 8K this year. And he's a 3:37.76 guy, 2nd in the Big West 5K and 3rd in the 1500. So he is a very good guy. And as you were talking about, Paul, now it's a different level of competitor. And this could be a very, very good race for him to kind of test himself.
And a reminder for that 16-year-old from New Zealand, Sam Ruth, 3:40.12 is his personal best. That is the New Zealand under-18 national record. The pace lights for this race, Tom, at 3:36.5, so set up to challenge the youngster and, reminiscent of when we saw Jakob Ingebrigtsen racing as a teenager over here in the United States. He's getting a great experience, kind of rubbing shoulders. He was running in some top flight high school events earlier in the spring in California as well. And now towing line with some real top talent here in Section 3 of the men's 1500 at the Sunset Tour in Los Angeles.
All you need to know about Ruth is he beat Sam Tanner in the New Zealand 1500 with a kick down the home straightaway. To have the moxie to even think you can run down a guy like Sam Tanner, that shows you this kid fears nothing, which reminds me a little bit of an Ingebrigtsen.
And for the moment, he's back there at about 5th position as Bennett Booth-Gent is the pace setter. And leading this group down the front straightaway, Ben Allen of the Empire Elite Track Club, semifinalist at 800 meters last year at the Olympic trials, currently in 2nd.
And Cadillo and Ruth running together there, as you can see, in about 5th or 6th there. By the way, Parker Stokes, Paul, I'm sorry. I just wanted to shout out Parker Stokes because he is the NC2A steeplechase champion from 2024, the ex-Georgetown guy, 6th fastest collegian ever. We didn't mention him. He's another good guy to watch here.
You're allowed to do shout-outs. It's perfectly reasonable in this race call.
Thank you.
Booth-Gent, our pace setter, And getting everybody to the rail, so that pace is pretty good and away just a shade from the lights. Again, which is 3:36.5. The 16-year-old right on those lights back there in 5th position as they'll come now through with 2 laps to run. Ben Allen right behind the pace setter in the headband with Nick Foster in tow. And now the pace setter going to go out wide here, Tom, as they'll get to 1,200 meters.
Yeah, Ben Allen looks quite good there in second, as does Nick Foster, who's a 3:37.97 guy. You know, Nick Foster was at Michigan, graduated last year, but second in the Big Ten 1500 in 21 and in 24. Very legit guy. Again, but look at how smooth Ben Allen looks, just taking control of this race with Foster right there, Cadillo and Ruth.
That was, of course, 800 meters, not 1,200 meters. Getting away from myself just a little bit, but we now close in on the last lap and a half of this race. And the step off here, as it looks like Nick Foster did not like something and goes down. We hope he's okay. That's not something you want to see in this type of racing with 2 weeks to go. And look at Ruth, the teenager, the 16-year-old now moves into second with a lap to go.
And Cadillo going right along with him. Ben Allen still looks very good at the front. Foster did not. I mean, that was a very unfortunate situation for Foster. The Oregon Ducks now are 4 and 5 with Doran Camp and Benny Balaz. But Ben Allen still looks pretty comfortable. But this kid Ruth is a stud, and Cadillo hanging right with those two.
So Allen trying to hold off the 16-year-old. A half lap to go, and Ruth looks very good right now, as does Cadillo. And Cadillo's now going to come up and run alongside Ruth with Balash as they come into the home stretch. That was actually Evan Dornkamp of Oregon along with Balash as they move to the outside. But here is Ben Allen. He's going to take the victory in 3:38. Now we just wait for the time to see if Ruth got under 3:40. Cadillo in 3:39.09, and Sam Ruth does it again. Another New Zealand under 18 record as he goes under 3:40 for the first time, 3:39.17, finishing in 5th.
A lot to unpack in that race, Paul. I thought Ben Allen looked really good, and there was more there for sure. But how about the finish for Evan Dornkamp and Benny Balaz, both setting lifetime bests? And if Coach Jerry Schumacher is watching, he must be quite pleased. You know, Balaz only a sophomore, and Cadillo ran a very nice race as well. And as you pointed out, Ruth, the fastest closer was Benny Balaz. And you can see that this was an outstanding race. Ben Allen there kind of taking things with 1 lap to go. Ruth tried to cover that move. Cadillo trying to move with Ruth. And then look at Ben Allen down the straight. There is a lot more there for that young man. And he looked very, very impressive. And again, a testament to sticking with it, sticking with it, sticking with it. You've got to love that.
And just to put it in perspective for our American audiences, that time by the 16-year-old Sam Ruth would be good for number 8 all-time U.S. high school, right behind the 3:39 flat hand time run by Jim Ryan back in 1964. Just amazing, amazing talent, Sam Ruth of New Zealand, in breaking his own under 18 record. But we move on the quick and very efficient schedule on the docket here at the 2025 Sound Running Sunset Tours. We move on to Section 3 in the women's 1,500. And who do you like in this section, Tom?
Well, I must say that it's going to be interesting. I call this the Stanford Heat because Vanessa Frazier, Melissa Tanaka, and Jess McGorty all went to Stanford. And we're looking at the former Jessica Lawson, now married to Sean McGorty. And Jess Lawson, this may be a little bit of a push for her. I always think of her as more of a longer distance runner. Vanessa Frazier, one of those athletes trying to recapture the magic. She's still only 29. Melissa Tanaka, a recent Stanford graduate. Annika Reese, an 8-time Big Sky champion for Northern Arizona. This one's pretty wide open. Who do you like, Paul?
I'll just go with who you said. I think it is wide open. I think it's, again, one of those fields that kind of mashes up people from different levels of the sport. You got All-Americans at places like University of Minnesota Duluth, Northern Arizona, Oklahoma State, the Stanford contingent as well. So, as we've seen today, it is gut check time for these men and women as they're getting ready for championship racing to come up in 2 weeks. And you've got to feel good coming out of this meet because there's not a lot of time to go back to work and try to fix things if you're trying to be competitive at the U.S. Championships in just a couple of weeks.
And that's really well put. We only have 3 weeks. And for some of these athletes like Frazier and McGorty, if they want to make a move at the U.S. Championships, we're going to see right now whether they have what it takes to get there. And Annika Reese, continuing a very long season, she ran 15:17:31 for the 5K back in May, which is a very good 5K time. Her 1500 best, only 4:13:48. So she's got an excellent shot at blasting that with the proper pacing here.
And while we have a moment, let's hear from our sponsor.
Let's go.
Once again, our thanks to Brooks for their support of this sound running event in 2025 as we get lined up for this Section 3 in the women's 1,500 meters. Anna Connor on the outside is our pace setter, Tom. That's okay.
I'm sorry. Another one I want to point out is Madison Mooney. She just ran a lifetime best 2:03:77 for 800 just about a month ago. She's a 4:12:79 1,500 runner from 2024. So she may be able to make some noise here. Former Wisconsin, second in the Big Ten indoors and out in 2021. So she has the wheels. And the pace here is going to be about 4:08 from what I understand, which is pretty aggressive, but let's see what happens. Beautiful day there, Paul, and you can see barely a whiff of wind.
Yeah, temperatures were in the 80s at the beginning of our program about an hour ago, and temperatures going to continue to soften just a bit. You see it's dropped about 2 degrees in an hour, and the racing will continue under the lights all the way to that women's 10,000 meters that will carry us through to about 10:30 local time in Los Angeles. Section 3 of the women's 1,500 meters underway, and Anna Connor gets to work carrying this group here around the first lap. Wave light is set for 4:08. The A standard in qualifying for the U.S. Championships is 4:06, and the minimum is 4:12, so splitting the difference here in Section 3 as they get to the main straightaway for the first time. People looking for positioning here. Don't want to race on that second lane for too long. You want to get as close to that rail as possible. Make sure you run the shortest distance you can in a 1,500 meters as they'll come through and reach the first lap here shortly.
And Stanford 2-3 with Tanaka and McGorty right there behind Connor, our pace setter. Tanaka has a lifetime best of 4:09:66, but it's a little stale. It's 2 years old. She does have a season's best of 4:11:37. And when you think of Stanford, you thought of Rasheen Willis and Juliette Whitaker, but Tanaka was second in the Pac-12 1500 in 23 and was a part of Stanford's indoor NCAA distance medley relay championship team that year. So she's got bona fides, Paul.
Now a little bit of separation among the top 5. Tanaka there in second. And Connor now moving to the outside as her work is going to be done here shortly. As the leader, Tanaka, is ahead of those lights. Again, tracking through to 4:08. Some movement behind her as there's 2 laps to go, and it's a solo effort right now for Tanaka.
Yeah, and that may be a tough kind of thing to do for the rest of the race. Jess Lawson was up there for a little bit and dropped back, and now it's Caitlin Larson. I say Jess Lawson, now she's Jess McGorty, but Caitlin Larson now up there, and also Annika Reese, the NAU runner.
So through 800 meters, Reese now in second as they wind up for the last lap and a half of this race. Larson was third. As we'll see what transpires here over the last lap and a half of the race.
Annika Reese looks pretty. Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. Annika Reese looks pretty good up there.
8 women in this lead group coming up on a lap to go. As Tanaka's lead is been extinguished here as they will move to the last lap of this race in Section 3 of the women's 1500.
And Jess McGorty, like it's on the end of a string, a yo-yo, she's back up in that lead group as well.
Reese on the inside, Tanaka on the outside. The aforementioned Jess McGorty now going to move all the way out in lane 2. Legs are full of run as she tries to go to the lead with a half lap to go.
Boy, McGorty looks full of run there, Paul. It's going to be hard for anybody to catch her. She's got great tempo, nice long strides, using the arms very well.
Reese trying to close the gap but losing ground, and now McGorty going up against those lights, trying to get herself in a position to get under 4:08. 4:11:06 was her lifetime best until that moment she passed the finish line. So that's a big improvement for Jess McGorty. Season's best was closing in on that lifetime best. She'd run 4:11:93, but now 4:08:53 and taking Section 3 as Reese finishes second. Also, I believe, a lifetime best for her at 1,500 meters, and Tanaka finishing in third.
That was a 4-second PR for Annika Reese. So that's exactly the type of race that you want to get when you're finishing up your season after a long collegiate season. That's what I meant by getting in that right race and getting a PR like that. That was just super impressive. And you can see Jess Lawson with 200 to go just hit the accelerator there and really kept her form all the way through. It's nice to see Jess Lawson back, Jess McGorty back. And that is definitely a very, very good sign. And that was a really, really great heat for a lot of athletes. A number of season bests, a number of PRs in that field.
Yeah, 4 PRs in total for McGorty, Reese, Peterson back in 5th, 4:13:12, and Gaden in 4:15:34, finishing in 7th. So we've had 3 races in a row, Tom, with lifetime bests, and that string trying to continue here as we move on through to now Section 2, both the men's and women's 1,500 meters. These will be followed by the elite section a little bit later on our program. There is Brandon Miller. Yes, Brandon Miller running a 1,500 meters, the NCAA 800-meter champion back in 2022, made the semis in Paris in the 800 meters, and challenging now his strength at the 1,500 meter distance.
There's another A&M guy we're looking at, Cooper Cothra. And Cooper, really, you talk about maximizing his abilities. Young man ran 3:36.79 this year, was second in the SEC 1500, second in the SEC indoor mile. And you don't expect A&M necessarily to have a great DMR team, but boy, they pushed everybody hard at the NC2A indoors, and they finished fourth. He darn near ran down Gary Martin on the anchor leg. He is a really tough competitor. His dad is a long time official with the Texas A&M crew, so the track and field runs in that family. And Coach Wendell McRaven has done a marvelous job with Cothra. And Brandon Miller I was going to say, sorry, Paul. Brandon Miller, we saw him at Hoka, ran 3:57.81. I love that he's doing some of this over distance stuff. He's coming off a 1:43.52 in Rabat. He made the Olympic Games, got eliminated in the semifinals. He's a big game hunter, though, Paul. When it is the big meets, he delivers. And it'd be interesting to see what kind of a 1,500-meter runner he could be if he really put his mind to it.
There you saw Olin Hacker, 2022 NCAA 5,000-meter champion. Figure the guy who can run the longest distance was doing strides of about 250 meters, it seemed, getting ready for this 1,500 meters. 3:36.43, a respectable lifetime best for Hacker. Miller has run 3:40.11, and the wave light's being set for 3:35 in this race, so that certainly will be a test for him. Ryan Shoppy is here as well from Oklahoma State. And starting to see some of our international athletes as well. We're going to have some runners from India sprinkled about the competition evening.
Yes, Paul, and I teased Tim Hacker a little bit on the air about Olin Hacker about his dad, Tim Hacker, who had a lifetime best of 3:34.66. Now, he did that in Koblenz in 1987, and we always joked that the Koblenz track was short because there were so many fast times that came out of that small city in West Germany. But if you're Olin Hacker and you're entering in a race like this with really ideal conditions, this would be an ideal time to take his dad down. That thing's been up there for quite some time, the family PR from 1987. So I hope Olin has at it here.
Well, conditions are good, though. You see the treetops just beyond the roof line there on the far side of the track, still blowing a little bit. We had temps in the 80s and winds near 10 miles an hour, and those winds should calm down as the evening progresses.
Shapa, the Oklahoma State kid, 4 Big 12 titles in his career, but also very important, anchored Oklahoma State to NC2A indoor championships in the distance medley relay in 2023 and 2024. Won the Big 12 indoor mile and distance medley relay in 2024. The two Smiths, Mike up in northern Arizona, Dave at Oklahoma State, they just churn them out. Every single year, there are studs that come out of those two schools like you read about.
Mentioned several athletes doing off distances tonight. One of those is in this field, Carson Williams out of Furman, who was third in the NCAA steeplechase and avoiding those barriers leading up to the U.S. Championship. Probably not a bad idea for most, and just get some speed work in here in this Section 2.
And Paul, Carson has a 3:38.98 1,500-meter best. That's under threat here. He ran a brilliant race at that NCAA steeple. He started kind of way back and then inch by inch got moved to the front in an outstanding steeple field. And this guy has a really, really bright future and could be somebody that really does one of those blasting of the PRs here. Derek Johnson, another steeplechaser, former UVA guy, ran 8:20.90 in 2024, and he was second in the ACC steeple in 2023. Another one of those UVA Cavaliers.
And right next to Williams, Gulver Singh, one of the athletes from India competing here. He's the Asian champion this year, both 5,000 and 10,000 meters, national record holder at 10,000 meters, but going to get all kinds of speed surrounding him here in the early going. He gets swallowed up middle of the pack now, right on those green lights that are set at 3:35, but they're getting away early. Adam Swanson in the headband is to do the pace-setting duties. Williams up there, and Brandon Miller going to have to gauge this one a little bit. The 800-meter specialist currently in third, but everyone looking for room to run in the early going.
And Paul, Adam Swanson just ran a 3:41 1500 not too long ago. I wonder how much he has left here. And he's already doing that grimacing a little bit and some of that side-to-side action. But if he can hang on here, hopefully he can set a very good pace, because this is a guy that knows how to set a pace for a race like this.
Well, let's see what they
Miller
come
looks
through.
good.
Yeah.
Looks very comfortable there.
Derek Johnson also near the top of the group in the lead group of 5. Austin Dahlquist is there as well. Was an All-American while at Arkansas, but they're single file now behind the pace setter Swanson as they're back into the sunshine here, coming off the far turn, and they'll come down the main straightaway where they'll see 2 laps left in section 2 of the men's 1,500 meters. Swanson, Williams, Miller, and Johnson.
Carson Williams looks very good there in second, as does Brandon Miller in third. They both look like they're very much in control of what's going on here. Derek Johnson in fourth, also pretty good. But again, Carson Williams, he must have a real shot in the arm coming off that NCAA third place finish. And I just think this is a prime opportunity for him to blast that PR of his of 3:38. That last lap for he and Brandon Miller in 58 flat just about, so they're right on.
And Swanson steps off the track right by the pool on the backstretch where they're having the pool party tonight. I would go right into the pool immediately, but he's coming back to see how this race unfolds as Brandon Miller, the 800-meter specialist, is now in the lead as they'll come down the main straightaway for the penultimate time. 500 meters to go, and Miller leading this one.
It's an A&M 1-3 right now, Paul. And, you know, Miller, we've seen this a lot from him in the 800, where he'll take the race by the scruff of the neck. But hanging in there right now, Cooper Cawthra looks quite good, the other Aggie in third.
So Miller, Johnson, and Cawthra as they now will move down the backstretch for the final time. And Miller still showing all kinds of strength here. Shoppy of Oklahoma State there in fourth. And here comes Cawthra now moving into second. As
boy, Brandon Miller, look at him go, Paul. He really looks outstanding. And that 800 team is going to be a tough team to make, but boy, with this kind of strength worth, he just looks terrific.
His previous lifetime best is 3:40.11. He's on lights that are carrying into about 3:35. How about that from Brandon Miller as he dips his toe in the 1,500-meter waters and absolutely crushes it. 3:35.27 as he takes almost 5 seconds off his previous lifetime best.
That was a really impressive race. And it's ironic, Paul, because that race was so fast, but yet it's not a qualifier, not an A qualifier for the US ATF meet. But one of the things that Brandon Miller did in this race that we see so often from him in the 800 is he has the confidence, diminutive guy, has the confidence to go out and just take control of things. And he really did that here and looked so super strong. This could be an event that he could be looking at in 2028, certainly. And good finishes behind him. Shoppa 3:36.13. Cooper Cawthra, another lifetime best for this young man. 3:36.58. Derek Johnson, lifetime best, 3:36.99. And then 2 other athletes in the field, lifetime best, including the aforementioned Olin Hacker at 3:30. Well, actually, that isn't, because 3:36.43 is Olin Hacker's best. But Brandon Miller has got to be happy with that, as should be Shoppa and Cawthra. And that was a great, fun race to watch, Paul.
And that's a top 20 U.S. time in 2025 for Brandon Miller as he sits behind the likes of, Parker Wolf, Luke Hauser. Pretty good company for a guy that is better known as an 800-meter specialist. But we'll see another guy who's shown the versatility and the stretch drive to do both 800 and 1,500 meters at a high level. Hobbs Kessler, of course, going to be coming up here a little bit later on in the program as we look high above Jack Kemp Stadium on the campus of Occidental College.
Beautiful drone shot there. Occidental, of course, one of the finest academic institutions in the country, private school in that Eagle Rock area near Pasadena. One of the great sprinters of all time, the Chinese sprinter Qi Chang, went to Occidental. Of course, Dixon Farmer was the coach there for quite some time. They really do have a rich track and field heritage. Jim Bush coached at Occidental before he coached at UCLA.
So getting ready for section 2 of the women's 1,500 meters. And some intrigue here as well, Tom, as we see some of the top steeplechasers that we will see later on at the U.S. Championships. Olivia Markosic, the On Athletics Club NCAA champion back in 2023, and Val Constein, Tokyo and Paris finalists, two-time national champions, scheduled to toe the line here at 1,500 meters as well. And again, no reason to be going over barriers 3 weeks from the U.S. Championships if you don't have to. Work on the speed, work on strategy, work on race tactics, and don't hit any water jumps.
Yeah, and I'd like to add Angelina Ellis to that list of steeplechasers that are running this event, a 3-time Big East champion. She's just one of those postgraduate athletes, just keeps getting better and better. 9:22 steeple just a little over a month ago. 4:09.25 is her 1,500 best. A lot of really good people in here. Carly Hansen, BYU, 4:07.64. She was second in the Big 12 1,500 this past spring. Samantha Bush, she was on the NC State cross-country champions in 21, 22, and 23. The ACC 5,000 champion in 22. Tegan Shine Becker, 13 Metro Atlantic Conference titles. Jen Randall of Eugene, one of the athletes that is most underrated. She's 33, still cranking it out, and she will have something to say in this race. 4:07.19, her best. And then, of course, Sadie Engelhardt, the great high school runner. Due to Jane Hedengren's performances over the last year, maybe a lot of people have forgotten about Engelhardt, who should have been a senior this year. She's headed to North Carolina State, but she did run a lifetime best 2:02.5 at the New Balance meet, the high school meet, a month or so ago. She's third on the all-time high school list in the mile as well. So it's going to be interesting to see her mix it up. I don't know, Paul, candidly, whether it was a smart decision to skip the senior year in high school, but maybe we'll find out here.
She is also listed as possibly running the 5,000 meters later on tonight, so we'll see if that decision is at all impacted by her performance here in this 1,500 meters. A little call back to release that nervous energy at the start. Pretty large field all the way across from lanes 1 to 8. As we work our way down the backstretch for the first time. Looks like Allie Wilson may be a late add,
yes,
maybe in the pacing duties here, Tom.
Probably.
Carly Kleefeld was also scheduled to pace at the front in the early going, and that's not too uncommon, where some of these athletes will be willing to jump back in and help pace these other athletes to fast times.
Heck, we saw it with Derek with the Minnesota kid, Swanson, running that 3:41 and like a half hour later out there pacing. But yeah, it's helpful to have Allie Wilson. I think she probably needs to work a little bit. There's Jen Randall tucked into third, and looks like I've heard she may have rolled her ankle just yesterday, but she looks pretty good right there near the front. And again, this is a very, very high quality caliber heat. and one that it's about time, but also there's going to be a great deal of strategy, I think, involved here, because there are a lot of runners right around the same kind of PR, and it'll be interesting to see who actually pushes, and it looks like BYU's Carly Hansen's going to be the one to do so.
So Wilson at the front, Val Constein, hip number 11. Back there at about third position, right ahead of Randall.
Val
Pace set for 4:05. Sorry, Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry. She had, double knee surgery. Tore her ACL in May of 2023. She did has come back strong. 9:16:57 for her steeple at Prefontaine. But that's somebody that you think is going to make the U.S. team in the steeple, but it's gotten so tough now, Paul, to make that team.
So 2 laps to go.
Looks like maybe Carly Hansen's just going to pace and pull off here.
Yeah, she's stepped off the track there, and Wilson looking around. So what it could have been, Tom, is a late switch out on the pacing side for Allie Wilson, taking over for Kleefeld. She's now down the backstretch, looking to get people back in contact with her. She's, trying to stay on those lights, Tom, for that 4:05 pacing, and now she's gotten them, well, let's call it within like 5 meters of those lights with a lap and a half to go. And the leader is now Constein.
And one thing about Markovic, another great steeplechaser, one of the biggest heartbreaking moments at the Olympic trials last year was Markovic falling in the straightaway. And you bet that she's going to be hungry to make the World Championship team for Tokyo this year in that event. And Markovic was just on a tremendous run, Paul, and she still got up and ran a lifetime best. 9:14:67 in that race.
So Carly Hansen now in second behind Constein as they came through the bell lap in 3:02:94. Ellis is there, Markovic is there, Sam Bush is there, and Jen Randall still in the mix. But from high above, you see 9 women in that lead pack as they head down the backstretch for the final time.
And Jen Randall swinging wide, but these steeplechasers are 1, 3, and 4 right now, and now Hansen moving up into first. Again, she's the in-form athlete we know because of her performance during the collegiate season.
So Hansen, Markovic, and now Jen Randall's got a gear as she comes
sure
out and alongside and now going to challenge on the outside for the lead. That's Sadie Sargent now in front. Randall and Constein finding yet another gear, and Val Constein's going to take this one and beat everybody to the line. Good spirited finish as Constein races to a time of 4:07:78, and guess what, if you've heard this before, Tom, a new lifetime best by more than 2 seconds, and that's got to bode well for her in her preparation to make another U.S. global team in the steeplechase come the end of the month. Ellis with a PR finishing in second in 4:08:09. Randall a season's best in third. Sargent, and then Engelhardt closed. We didn't even talk about her during the race, Tom, but the high schooler closes out in 5th overall in 4:08:87.
A really classy race. She had 6 at 4:09:09 or better, and it became a real race, not just a time trial. And look at those long strides. Val Constein really showing that she is back. A lifetime best, her old lifetime best of 1,500 was 4:09:97. So that was a 2+ second PR. And as she heads to Eugene at the end of July, she has really got to feel like she is well positioned. But let's also point out that Angelina Ellis, a 9:22 steepler, she is going to be in that mix as well. She just keeps getting better and better in that event. And again, a testament once again to just sticking with it post-collegiately and keep on going, because you never know what you're going to get. And we see that, have seen that already time and time again today.
Well, as the crowd settles in, we're getting closer and closer to our high-performance window, a little less than an hour away. Let's step aside for some words from our sponsor. Back with more from the Sound Running Sunset Tour in a moment.
Hydration is one of the most important things I can think of in training. Really, you can't perform to the best of your ability without being hydrated.
It's important I stay hydrated by drinking water throughout the day, but also mixing in some electrolyte drinks with that. Yeah, hydration is super important.
Sixth and final round of the competition. She needs a big one here to get on the podium. Look at that release. Feeling athletic? Get the Athletic app. Back for more at the Sunset Tour. Brought to you by the folks at Sound Running and brought to you by the folks from Brooks. Welcome back in as we are now comfortably into the first 90 minutes of our window. Still plenty of action left to come as it will carry us all the way through for another 2.5 hours of action. More high-performance action on the track coming up here shortly at 5,000 meters. But to take a little bit of pause from the elite action, going to have another all-comers 5,000 meters here coming up shortly. Good view of that pool on the backstretch as well, and when it's 83 degrees, and if you've been running around a track a few too many laps, probably not a bad place to end up. In fact, they're going to have a little Sound Running pool party towards the tail end of the night. The crowd beginning to fill in as we close in on the main part of the program. People trying to get in their seats by about 8 o'clock local time for that first high-performance section of the 800. There's a good look at the adjacent body of water next to the track on the backstretch, and not a bad way, Tom, to maybe get in some rest and recovery. Little dive off the deep end, even a couple of boards to do a little showmanship if you want to. But if you're going to race to the U.S. Championship in 3 weeks, do not be doing swan dives off of a swimming pool board here. Nice smile by Allie Wilson there as we see our community runners getting set to race the 5,000 meters, both men and women in this field, mixed classification. And we saw some earlier racing at the mile distance. Tom, really kind of a fun feature here to get the community involved in racing on this track tonight along with the elites.
Agreed. You know, when you can say, hey, I ran on the same track with some of the greatest runners in the world, that is really an attractive proposition. By the way, I'm very surprised that there are not some athletes that have taken advantage of jumping in that pool. It looks really appetizing, Paul.
.21 athletes scheduled to run the 12.5 laps for 5,000 meters. Coming from all walks of life, getting final instructions from the starter. And then we'll get set for the racing. Going to have a couple of Section 2 races in the 5,000s for the men and women coming up. And then one single Section 2 in the steeplechase. That will be the men, as we just saw a bunch of steeplechasers on the women's side race in that 1,500-meter Section 2 just a moment ago. So no surprise maybe there was a smaller field assembled in the women's steeplechase and only that second section on the men's side. And then our program really gets underway with those elite races, part of that silver label for World Athletics. Also get those rankings points, which are very critical in how one reaches a qualification status in the road to Tokyo back at the Olympic Stadium in 2025 in mid-September. But the community athletes out on the race course, all comers, racing at 5,000 meters. And as we get this race, I'm going to afford you just a couple minutes, if you would. I did a little bit earlier with the community races as well. Start to look ahead at some of these fields coming up here in these later races, and what are some of the storylines you're really looking forward to looking at tonight?
Well, I think there's a couple of things, Paul. One is that certainly a redemption factor here for athletes like Alicia Munson, who's running in the 5,000 meters, has not run a race in 16 months. You've got Courtney Frericks trying to recapture the magic in the steeple. So on the one hand, you have that. And then on the other hand, you have some of the fine young collegians trying to extend their season. And then there are some like Hobbs Kessler that may be wondering, even though he ran a 3:48 mile last week at the Prefontaine meet, whether, his training is truly on target or not. The young man that became the first since Rick Walhuter in 1976 to qualify for a U.S. Olympic team in both the 800 and 1500. This race today is going to be critically important to see where he's at 3 weeks before the USA trials in Eugene. So there are a couple of very interesting storylines, and a lot of athletes where it's kind of like the last chance meet before they really know that there's very, very little time and the taper has to begin for the national championships. And the next race will be the men's 5,000, and one of the more intriguing aspects of that is talk about the comebacks and the people like Alicia Munson and Courtney Frericks. Well, there's going to be one in the very next race, Abdi Nur. And Abdi Nur from Northern Arizona, he also has been injured, and this is his first meaningful race of 2025, again with just 3 short weeks to go. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens with Nur, who ran 3:35.63 on this track just last year, was the USATF 5,000 meter champion in 2023, the NC2A indoor 3,000 and 5,000 champion in 2022 for Northern Arizona University. And so right away we're going to see in this next race just what kind of shape Abdi Nur is in. And then the 2 high schoolers, the Crater teammates Josiah Thompson and Tavon Kitchen. Now, that 5,000 meter record is very, very tough. Danny Simmons, 13:25.86, especially on a high 70s evening, and after a season-long steady diet of multiple races. But it'll be a subplot in that 5,000 that comes up next. So those are a couple of things that I think are really worth looking forward to.
Well, that was more than a couple.
Yeah, more than a couple.
Yeah. But you covered it in short order, which is appreciated. And, we appreciate these community races being part of the program tonight. Not a lot to talk about, even though we see some people having problems, and sometimes, there's some inexperience on these tracks. Those rails don't always exist on a local community track. The pace lights are certainly not part of a normal community track race, but Luis Martinez so far is making steady work of covering this 5,000 meter distance. He is the leader here from Beat Elite as he brings himself down the main straight. I think they'll see single digits on the lap counter. Indeed, they will. 9 laps to go. Sian Hong Lai is in second as he comes to the line. Aaron Albritton alone there in third. See those long shadows being cast now.
Paul, Melissa Berry, who's coming off winning the Butte to Butte 5K in Eugene on the 4th of July, she's also entered here. Former University of Oregon athlete.
She won the 5K or the 10K?
The 5K.
Oh.
I thought maybe it was the 10K. I thought it was the 5K though. No, Jen Randall won the 5K. I think you're right. I think Barry ran the 10K. And here we are, 8 days later. She's out there doing it here in Eagle Rock, California, on the track.
4th of July tradition in Eugene, where Tom and I both live, as that used to be a Storm the Butte race back in the day, where the taller of the two buttes, Spencer Butte, they had a race to the top, and that was a muddy mess, but also not one of those races you could scale. There was really not enough room on the trail for more than a few dozen folks, and now they're getting record numbers out and racing in that 4th of July. And it was made even more special this year, obviously the 50th edition of the Pre-Classic, and that whole week was really a celebration of the sport, as evidenced by the sellout crowd, more than 12,000 on hand at Hayward Field on Saturday. But they did the All-Comers on Wednesday, which is a fixture of the summer program. You know a lot about that, Tom, as you're involved with the Oregon Track Club. A night of miles at Hayward Field on Thursday, where the community come out and race the 4-lap distance and get a taste of what it's like to run on that iconic facility. And then Friday, the Butte to Butte. And then we had this little track meet on Saturday that turned out to be the greatest single one-day track meet in the history of known Earth. I'm sure there was a prehistoric meet where dinosaurs chasing after people actually made that competition quite entertaining and kind of like a devil takes the hindmost in a prehistoric sense. But that was just an absolutely fabulous day of running, jumping, and throwing in Eugene.
Well, and Aaron Bienenfeld of Germany and formerly the University of Oregon, he won the Butte to Butte 10K on the 4th, and then pace set for one of the races at the Pre-Classic on the 5th, and then is running again tonight. So it'll be interesting to see how beat up his legs are.
It's a very Eugene story.
It is.
Yeah. Well, we saw Jen Randall run earlier today and also running last week in Eugene. Solo effort right now for Luis Martinez, clicking his way through these 12.5 laps. 7.5 minutes in on the clock. Last lap covered in 73.62, and he's significantly faster than anybody else that has been trying to be with him for this race, and already starting to make up ground on some of the other all-comer runners as he's back to the main straightaway here, closing in on 8 minutes elapsed on the clock. Martinez came in with a seed time of 15.5 minutes, and now with 6 laps to go, a little over halfway home.
The loneliness of the long-distance runner definitely epitomized here in this particular endeavor by Martinez, but doing a good job cranking out those 73 and 74 second laps.
I wonder if he's just racing hard to get to the backstretch where the shade is.
Yeah. Definitely a few degrees cooler back there. You know, another event I mentioned, the men's 800 with Hobbs Kessler, but Festus Legat ran 3:29.03 in Paris. In the 1500, he ran 3:48.93 in the pre-A race last week in the mile. 1:44.10 800 guy going up against Avasky Anderson, who was second in the Jamaican National Championships recently and ran a Jamaican national record. And then Matty Erickson of Oregon, who just kind of fell short in that NCAA race. Down the straightaway, losing to Sam Whitmarsh. Probably wished he could have had that one back, but he did win the NCAA indoor earlier this year. So that could be a very, very exciting race as well.
Well, it was good to see Sam come out on top. That was, I think, a win that a lot of people celebrated in that NCAA championship.
Yeah, Sam Whitmarsh, of course, has had a life full of bad luck, and so it was really nice to see him come through with that victory, and one of the kindest people you will ever meet.
Well, Martinez slowed down just a little bit on that last lap, 74.84, but his lead is up to almost 21 seconds. as he's got less than 2K to go now. And back to the main straightaway. I think he's coming up to a mile to go, Tom.
I wonder if our cameras can pick up Melissa Berry, who's back there in 5th place right now.
Yeah, she's in a battle with Kelly Stroop.
She has a battle with for #1 female with Kelly Stroop.
Stroop running for the Phoenix Run Club. And
that
as
may
we
be
mentioned,
them in the
Melissa
right
Bear,
box.
In the right box?
Might be. Hard to tell from the drone.
Well, we don't want the drone too close.
This is true.
But that is also our leader, Martinez. He went 75.18. So he's getting progressively slower on these laps here, Tom, but he's got such a big margin on the rest of the field. It's up to 26 seconds on that last lap. I think that was Barry that just crossed the finish line. And 76.49 as Martinez, again, starting to feel the impact of a very aggressive early portion of this race. But again, all kinds of cushion right now. Hsien Hung Lai is still second, or was second, on the last lap. He has now crossed the finish line himself, but 27 seconds behind the leader, Martinez. We'll also keep an eye on Melissa Berry, who did pass Kelly Stroop and move into 4th, but also the top female, as she has picked up the pace a little bit. 81 second on her last lap. Stroop fell back to 83 on that last lap. But here is our leader in full view now, as Martinez makes the turn to the main straightaway, closing in on 13 minutes elapsed on the clock.
He's doing a yeoman's job out there, having just led from the very start, and it's just like a time trial for him. Not much help. In fact, he's got to maneuver around slower traffic, so indeed a very tough kind of way to do it.
76.22 on that last lap for Martinez, so losing about a second each lap, but again, well ahead of the rest of the field with 2 laps to go. 13:00.48 was his split at 4,200 meters. Now back into the shade, adjacent to the pool on the backstretch here at Occidental. He's got another guy in his sights, and that's helpful as well to just kind of keep the focus on what's in front of you and not what's behind you, as lead up to almost 31 seconds now as he stays right on those lights, which were set for an all-comers at 17 minutes. But I think maybe slightly ahead of that is the pace here, as he'll come down the main straightaway for the penultimate time, weaving through traffic, as he's got 1 lap remaining. Luis Martinez at the bell. And he picked up the pace by 2 seconds on that last lap, Tom, 74.26.
Pretty good to be able to actually increase your pace at this time of the race, especially when you have no one there to push you. So really nice turnover, too, by this young man. Really showing not too much distress, having to do it all by himself.
So 4:14.73 with a lap to go. The folks behind him have not crossed the finish line yet, so he's going to have a big lead here in the last bit. In fact, that lead up to 35 seconds So they're just coming through the finish line as he's on his way home.
And he's increasing his tempo, Paul. His turnover's getting faster. And you can see him coming to the stretch. He's still got some extra energy here to close with authority.
And that he just passed Melissa Berry, who's the top female right now. She's going to have a lap to go, but our winner, Luis Martinez, just under his seed time of 15 and a half minutes, 15:23:66 in taking this all-comers 5,000 meters.
And again, to your point, the opportunities that Jesse Williams and Brooks are affording the community runners, affording the sub-elite runners, is really gratifying to see that somebody's taken the bull by the horns here. And I remember Jesse Williams coming up with his first meet, which I think was in 2020 during the pandemic when nobody was putting meets on. And he found a way to make it happen, and it has grown by leaps and bounds every year, all of his sound running events.
Sen Hung Lai is our second place finisher. He came across in 15:58:44. Aaron Albritton was third with a lap to go, trying to hold off Melissa Berry, who was within 4 seconds of him. And now you see them coming in to the final stretch. Albritton trying to hold off Melissa Berry. She's given all kinds of pressure to try to catch him, but she will be the top female finisher in this all-comers, as she will finish 4th overall as she beats Kelly Stroop, who's now in the final stretch of her run at 5,000 meters. So they'll be your top 2 finishers on the women's side. Leo Valencia coming across the line in 5th, followed by Adam Goldberg, and Stroop winding up in 7th.
Nice little double there by Melissa Berry, 4th of July, a road 10K on a very, very hard course, and then comes out here on a very, I'd say, hot day for a 5,000 meter race and dusts the field.
Good hand from the crowd here assembled as another one of our female finishers, Kyra Compton, wraps up her run. And a race for all ages as Dan King from Athletics Boulder got himself across the line. Jennifer Martinez and Anna Haddad. Haddad out of Santa Barbara. And Trevor Cox of the Cal Coast Track Club. You can see a lot of familiar singlets here too, Tom. You know, the club system very vibrant around the Los Angeles area.
It really is, and you really love to see that. LA had, of course, back in the day, the Santa Monica Track Club that not just had the elites, but also had a lot of really, really solid local runners that would dominate the long-distance races. You had the Beverly Hills Striders, which later became the Tobias Striders. You had the Pacific Coast Club. There were a lot of really great clubs that emanated from Southern California. So it's good to see a revival, so to speak, of that.
After these all-comers wrap up their 5,000, be quick to the backstretch once again as they'll get set for the second section of the men's 5,000 meters, the top-seeded section coming up later on in our program. Got Section 2 5,000s, followed by a Section 2 with a 3,000-meter steeplechase. That'll carry us through the next hour, and then at 15 minutes after the next hour, 8:15 local time in Los Angeles, we'll start that main elite program with the men's 800 meters.
Well, and you're looking at Abdi Nur, and that's really going to be the most salient issue in this race, Paul, because Nur represented the U.S. at Paris in the 5,000 meters, accidentally stepped on another athlete's foot, went down, and has not run since. And so this is going to be a real litmus test. Pulled himself out of the main 5,000 meter race to test himself here, which is 3 weeks to go to the national championships.
Where that hip number 29, wave light's going to be set to 13:20. in this race.
Paul, the USA, again, a really tough A qualifying standard, 13:12. 13:12 is the A standard, 13:28 the B standard. And that's, it's amazing to see these standards for national championship. Heck, the world record wasn't even 13:12 about 40 years ago. So it's really impressive.
See, Rory Linkletter, we saw earlier in a 1,500-meter race. Marathoner extraordinaire for Team Canada. He's going to do the pacing here. This will be, I guess, a little shakeout work for him after that speed session at 1,500 meters as he's out to the early lead. Again, 13:20 is the wave lights, and he's sitting right on them now as they go to the back stretch and start to get into a little bit of a single file here. Also in this race, Tom, is scheduled to be Tavon Kitchen and Josiah Tostenson, the two high schoolers out of Crater High School in Oregon.
Yeah, a city of 19,000 that has produced so many great runners. Tyrone Gorzee, of course, at University of Washington. But these two, arguably, at least on the distance side, as good at teammates as you'll ever see at the high school level. Certainly you can point to the Young brothers, Leo and Lex. But for a non-brother pair, this is about as good as it gets. 19,000 is the population there. Tostenson, number 3 on the all-time list at 1,500, number 4 at 3,000 for high schoolers, number 5 at the mile, and Kitchen, the high school record holder at 3,000 meters. Just an incredible duo there.
13:25.86 is the U.S. high school record. Daniel Simmons out of American Fork in Utah ran that a year ago, but some legendary names among those top lists. Lex Young, Connor Burns, Galen Rupp still among them. Set that record back in 2004 that's since been broken in 3 times in the last couple of years. And Jerry Lindgren's record that stood for several decades still on that top 10, 13:44. He ran that back in 1964. But we're in a different era in distance running here, and there's a look at Kitchen in the left side of your screen, settling into the early laps here in this second section of the men's 5,000.
And he's right behind Tostenson. And that Daniel Simmons mark is a really good mark. And right now the pace hovering a little bit slower than perhaps they wanted it, 13:29 or so. But I'm sure it will pick up accordingly.
Linkletter did not look like he was ready to continue, and he steps off the track. So pace setter was not able to stay up with those lights. And now look at that great shot from our drone. Single file, the shadows stretching all the way across the 8 lanes of the track here at Occidental College. Appreciative crowd on hand, beginning to continue to fill up, anticipating some of these elite top sections coming up in the next hour or so as the men race through another lap. And now see single digits on the counter, 9 laps to run in this second section of the men's 5,000.
They ran through 1,000 meters in roughly 2:41 and change. So again, they've got to really kind of pick things up a bit. That's 13:28 pace. So you'd like to see them move through a little bit faster.
And Skylar Stidham is the one who's going to push from the front here right now. He did not like that pace, Tom, and he's going to sacrifice himself just a little bit, trying to move himself into the front here and begin to try to chase on those lights here. 4.5 minutes elapsed on the clock, and now a lead group of just 7 at the front. That does include Abdi Nur. He's back in 5th position.
And he looks pretty good there, Paul. Looks pretty comfortable. A couple of the other guys that I think we should be paying attention to. Acer Iverson, the former Harvard athlete, 5 Ivy League heptagonal titles. He's a 13:25.68 guy, and he ran that in June, middle of June. Also a 3:56 miler, and a very serious threat here in this race.
James Lawrence is also up near the front out of Loyola University of Chicago, the Atlantic 10 champion for Loyola of Illinois this year. And now a move back by Stidham as he relinquishes the lead. His job done for the moment, and trying to share the load a little bit of a fartlek now emerging on the track here of this 5,000 meters. That sunset, absolutely on brand for the Sunset Tour here in Los Angeles as they continue to work their way through these laps on the track at 5,000 meters, section 2, as we'll have a top-seeded section later on tonight. But the 8 men now in the lead pack with a little bit of a gap now on the rest of the field. The chase pack is led by Mitchell Durbin of the Bricklayers Union, who ran for Adams State.
And it looks like Tostenson and Kitchen are a bit behind this group. Tostenson and Kitchen are running about 66-second laps. So certainly not at high school record pace, but still hanging in there and doing what they can.
See Aiden Troutner in second.
And he's a former BYU athlete. Pretty good competitor.
And Tom, when they get to the top of the back straight, I think they'll be 2,500 meters in. So halfway home, you see the lights have gotten away from the leaders there. They were scheduled to go at 13:20, but they're a little off that pace now. They've kind of reset the lights, I think, a little bit, Tom. Those lights coming on here as they've come down the main straightaway. So maybe recalibrating just a bit here as they'll come to the line with 6 laps to go, right at about 7 minutes on the clock, with Troutner, Stidham, Lawrence, Iverson, Abdi Nur is there, and Diego Adolfo Garcia Barcenas.
Yeah, and this pace is certainly not what they wanted. They're now running high 65s, and certainly not what you would have expected coming into this. But I think more important than anything else, if you're Abdi Nur, is just getting your, so to speak, feet wet racing again after what happened in Paris. And he's right in the thick of things, right in with that pack. And my guess is that he may have an explosive kick because this pace is relatively slow, but you never really know until it comes to that point in the race.
And we're sitting back there in 4th position as they'll come through 3,000 meters at a shade over 8:09 on the clock. .66.68 on that last lap, Tom.
Yeah, just too slow, honestly, Paul. And it is a hot evening. You know, I think for a 1,500 it's okay, but for a 5,000 it is a little warm. It's the high 70s. You know, right now they're on 13:36 pace. So from this point, you know, with Acer Iverson leading, maybe it's about working and sharpening your tactics and gathering for a kick that you may want to demonstrate with 600 to go or 800 to go or what have you, and work on those types of facets. Nur just threw off his number. Don't know if that's a sign that he's ready to get serious in this race or not, but he does appear to be falling back a little bit, Paul.
So Chris Maxon on the left side of your screen, stepping off the track. Now less than a mile to go for the leaders in Iverson, who ended up under Andy Powell at the University of Washington this past season when he finished 4th at the Big Ten Indoor Championships, leading this field that now numbers, 7 in total from front to back. And Abdi Nur sitting there in 5th position, 66.85 on that last lap. Robert Miranda also in the mix in this lead group as well. Ran at Yale and was a top 25 finisher at the Boston Marathon. Ryan Ford from Zap Endurance, another Boston Marathon veteran. He finished 10th in the race, is also among the leaders.
And Ryan Ford was the #3 American at the Boston Marathon behind Connor Mance and Clayton Young. He's a 13:29.96, 27:40, 80 guy. So he's a legit guy. This is even though it's an under distance for the marathon he's been doing, he is obviously very strong due to that kind of training.
So 3 laps to go. 66.07. They picked up about a half second. We're keeping an eye on Abdi Nur. As you had suggested, Tom, this pace should be giving him, despite the lack of competitive racing opportunities, something in the tank that might give him a pretty good shot to blast away from this field in the last 1,000 meters of the race. But right now, Miranda is the one in the lead position with Iverson in second.
And that's what we'll be looking for, to see exactly what Abdi Nur is going to do here. He looks like he's still running fairly under control, staying in the back of that pack, but the pace is just really quite pedestrian for somebody of his ability and capabilities. But again, it's a long road back from an injury like that. But they all seem to be gathering right now, Paul, to, for these last couple laps.
Well, Iverson makes his move. Keep an eye on the Mexican Diego Adolfo Garcia to a championship final, but we've seen all kinds of different races unfold at U.S. championships, and the stuff we saw from him over the last 600 meters suggests if he gets himself into a tactical race, he's going to be very competitive in that final stretch.
Hey, a shout out to Tavon Kitchen, who ended up in 8th place at 13:53.20, and Josiah Tostenson in 16th place at 14:15.94. And again, Kitchen's more of a long distance runner, Tostenson more of a short distance runner, but that performance in this kind of heat by Tavon Kitchen is one to celebrate, to be sure, after a very, very long season.
And Tom, what was the time again? I think you said 13:55 for Kitchen, was 13:53.20, and was just looking at the all-time high school list, and that would put him number 10 on that list, right behind, a guy you've heard of, Steve Prefontaine.
Good company to keep.
Yeah. Of course, somebody's going to say that's no longer a high school season, so there's probably some argument to be made whether he would be on that list, but still a really good performance for him here in Southern California.
We talked about Diljit Taylor being a great coach. How about Ed Eyestone? And that's where Tavon Kitchen is going to be going to compete. Eyestone has turned out some incredible runners. We mentioned Connor Mance and Clayton Young being the top 2 finishers at the Boston Marathon, 2 of his proteges, and then Kitchen will probably be just another in the long list of fantastic runners out there. And of course, Josiah Tostenson headed to UW to be with Andy and Marisa Powell.
Section 2 of the women's 5,000 getting set to start here momentarily, but first, let's hear from our sponsor.
Let's go.
Hydration is one of the most important things I could think of in training. Really, you can't perform to the best of your ability without being hydrated.
It's important I stay hydrated by drinking water throughout the day, but also mixing in some electrolyte drinks with that. Yeah, hydration is super important.
So back on the track, we get set for Section 2 of the women's 5,000 meters. See, the high schooler Sadie Englehart is indeed going to run this 5,000, coming back from the 1,500 meters earlier. The women's primary section for top-seeded section of the 5,000 is our penultimate event tonight, right before that women's 10,000, and it really is the race of the night. There's the ACC champion from Stanford this year, Sophia Dudek, and next to her, Engelhardt, number 3 all-time at the high school distance in the mile, and we believe, Tom, that this is her first 5K competitively.
I wonder how long she can hang with it, Paul, because that 1,500 was not too long ago, and she ran 4:08. So maybe she's going to drop at some point. You mentioned Sophia Dudek. She has a lifetime best of 15:23.46. I think she'll be a 6th year at the NCAAs at Stanford next year. She's only a junior. Going back to 2019 as a 17-year-old, she won the European under-20 3,000 meter title. Back in 2021, she was 3rd at the Pac-12s. Again, 2021. We're in 2025 now, and she's only a junior. So, like, kind of a medical redshirt, COVID. She hit all the high points there, and but she's been beset by injuries throughout her entire career. Her father, a professor at the University of Michigan, she has a younger sister who is also a terrific middle distance runner. But Sophia Dudek looks like she may finally have, kind of escaped all of the injuries that she's had over time. And that would be really nice to see. Gracelyn Larkin is somebody that I think we need to pay particular attention to here. Paul, another Canadian, graduated Northern Arizona in 2024. She ran 15:21.68 earlier this year indoors, but she won the Canadian Road Race Championships at 10,000 meters earlier this year, and appears to be very fit. Claire Green from Peninsula Track Club, the former University of Arizona runner, another one to keep an eye on in this race, as well Savannah Shaw. Her only race of the year, a 10,000 and 32:41.69. She's the ex-North Carolina State Wolfpack runner.
Vanessa Frazier and Sam Bush are the pace setters out in front, and then Engelhardt, at least for the moment, out there trying to stay with those pace setters in front of Dudek. And then Larkin back in 5th. And then Micah Rivera Wood, 3-time national champion of Peru, winner last year at both 5 and 10,000 meters, also among the leaders as well.
Well, Engelhardt hanging in there. She's headed to NC State in the fall to work with Lori Hennis. We mentioned NC State having those 3 consecutive cross-country championships, all 3 of which Sam Bush was on, and Sam Bush, one of our pace setters in this race. Hennis does a marvelous job. We have so many good coaches of distance runners in the United States right now. When we talk about a golden era of athletes, it's a golden era of coaching. I mean, just so many across the country that really do a fine job in getting these athletes prepared for competition, for battle. And, a few years ago, the U.S. was nowhere in long-distance running, and the United States, is somewhere now in a big way.
3:02:38 for the first kilometer, as they're right on that 15:15 pace right now with Frazier and Bush. Coming out of lane 2, that's Stevie Lawrence from the Mammoth Track Club. 3rd place finisher last year for Great Britain in the steeplechase. She's there in the white now, leading that chase pack, trying to close the gap as they come through 1,200 meters.
And that helps to have that high altitude training. And you're right, Paul, the pace right now at 15:11.9 for 5,000. The USATF A standard is 15:05 flat, which just again blows my mind at how fast that A standard is. This race seems to be going a lot better in terms of staying with that pace, staying with the pacemakers. And as you can see, those blue and green lights, they're doing a really, really good job at having the the group kind of trail along with them, which is important. It's not just setting the pace, but it's making sure that everybody follows you too.
73 seconds on that last lap, as they're inside of 9 laps. And behind the pace setters, Engelhardt, Dudek, Rivera Wood, and Lawrence. And Larkin.
So, Paul, it's 70 degrees right now, so we're getting in the wheelhouse of even not too bad weather for running a 5,000 meters. You know, I would say ideal would be somewhere in the low 60s, but this is not too far away, and with the sun kind of going down a little bit, I think we could get some magic to happen this race, hopefully. By the way, Quincy Wilson ran a 44:10 tonight.
Just another day at the office for high schoolers, right? My
It's amazing. 44:10. Wow.
So 8 laps to go in this second section of the women's 5,000 meters. And 72.92, so a little bit quicker on that last lap. Frazier and Bush still there. That Engelhardt going wide now. And is she now done for the day? Maybe
She's
just trying
done.
to pace herself here for some of these early laps just to get a sense of that racing style as she gets through. That's 2 kilometers.
Yeah.
In
That
about
was definitely a plan.
6:06. Yep.
Yeah, definitely a planned exit, Paul, after running the 1,500, running a 2K like that. That makes perfect sense in some way.
So Engelhardt is done. That lead pack now has dwindled dramatically because 2 of those 3 in front are pace setters. And I believe that's Dudek now in 3rd. And indeed it is. So at some point, Dudek's going to be a solo runner in this 5,000 meters. Rivera Wood back there in 4th position, but she has dropped off significantly. In fact, almost 5 seconds slower on that last lap than Dudek and the pace setters. Larkin, Clark Green has now moved up into the top 4. Here's Frazier going wide, so her work is done as she'll come through 2,400 meters. Still trying to stay on those green lights, though, as they'll get to the top of the final turn here in a moment, about 100 meters away from halfway in this women's 5,000 meters.
Paul, Amanda Anisimova, who made the French Open final, obviously didn't have a great day today, but you know, she took a break from the sport and gradually made her way back in. And I give a lot of credit to Sophia Dudek, because this was a star athlete as a 17-year-old. And now 6 years later, she's finally kind of maybe turning the corner and getting to the point where she probably feels she should be in this sport. And, you know, a lot of it is, you know, healthy. Are you healthy mentally and physically, and making both of those work? And that's why you see the arc of these careers kind of going back and forth. And it's just really gratifying and inspiring to see Dudek back, you know, kind of the way that we saw her when she was a freshman at Stanford, when she was 3rd in the Pac-12 cross country as a freshman.
Well, she's doing everything she can right now to stay with the pace setter, but it's becoming a bit of a battle here, and it's going to be made even tougher by the fact that at some point she's going to lose this assistance. She'll still have the benefit of the pace lights, but she's losing that traction and contact with those lights as well. Again, the lights scheduled to carry them through to 15:15, but in this last turn for home, the human pacing is over. The lights remain, and only one remains here in the lead group, and that is Dudek. So we'll keep an eye on this next lap. 73.02 on the last lap, 73.88 on this lap just completed. And Tom, let's see if she can hold herself onto these lights and try to keep this pace moving in the right direction.
Well, and I think she would be very, very happy to have a lifetime best, which is 15:23:46, and through 3,000 meters, she was right at 9:08:51. So there's definitely a very good chance that she can pull this off. In fact, Paul, she's right now on 15:14:18 pace. So if she can just hang in there, she can have a really, really fast time and do it by accomplishing this for the last 6.5 minutes of the race, having to do it all by herself, which would really be a shot in the arm for her and her confidence. To run a PR in these type of conditions and by yourself is really impressive.
So 73.88 on the last lap for Dudek, and starting to put her head down just a little bit with less than a lap to go, and Tom lost 3 seconds on that last lap. You can see the light starting to get away from her here, and so we'll keep an eye on the distance she has between herself and Rivera Wood, and then Larkin and Alicia Kreidebring, who is back there in fourth. Dudek with a comfortable lead right now of about 18 seconds on Rivera Wood. Larkin starting to close on second, as Dudek alone there just trying to gut it out here over the final few laps.
And Sofia Dudek representing Poland, of course, and in the World Championships, to make the automatic standard is 14:50 flat in the 5,000 meters, and then world rankings will, of course, determine the rest of the field, so probably unlikely that we see her in Tokyo, but it may get her entrance into some Diamond League events, perhaps, later this summer, where she can have greater competition and maybe get herself to a faster time going forward.
3 laps to go, and another second off the pace. 77.65 on that last lap. Dudek in the twilight now in Los Angeles. Couple of sun splashes on the walls surrounding Jack Kemp Stadium, but moving into the evening hours here in Los Angeles, nearing 8 o'clock local time. About 20 minutes away from our start of our elite sections of our races from 800 all the way up to the 10,000 meter distance. And now Dudek
and hopefully, Paul, this is where it's really tough. When you're on PR pace and you've got to push yourself like this, her form is starting to get a little ragged, you can see, but she's driving hard. This is where, kind of the cliche mind over matter really has to come into place. What do you tell your mind? What tricks do you tell your mind so that you can keep pushing your body the way that she needs to push it? It would be a shame for her to go this far and not get a lifetime best. And so, you've got to tell yourself to just hang in there and keep going and keep pushing. She's got 2 laps to go.
Again, 15:23:46 is her lifetime best. 77.8 on that last lap.
You can see the head kind of bobbing up and down, Paul. And she's just, she's really gutting this one out. But she still has a fluid stride, but you can tell it's just taking a measure of her. And with 600 meters to go now, 13:40 with 600 to go. She's got to run 1:43 to better her PR for that last 600. Eminently doable if she has something in the tank.
And a large contingent of 7 women in the chase mode, but still about 125 meters or so behind Dudek. Kreidebring, Claire Green, Gracelyn Larkin, Rivera Wood, Stevie Lawrence, Jessica Gockley-Day, and Layla Al-Masri, runner from Palestine, who's the national record holder at distances ranging from 800 all the way up to 5,000 meters. So watch that race for those places second through seventh as Dudek comes through 77.48, reaches the bell at 14.18 with a lap to go, and would need a 65-second last lap to get that lifetime best. And I think, Tom, she's just trying to get herself to the finish line now.
I agree with you. I think she's really gassed, but there is something where you can get a little hitch in your giddy up on that last lap, and maybe she can put something together, but not 65 seconds. I think that's way out of the wheelhouse. She now would have to run 26 seconds to better her PR over the last 200, and that isn't going to happen. But a fine race nonetheless by Sofia Dudek, and most importantly, she's healthy again and running well again.
Well, she's going to get helped off this final turn from the appreciative crowd assembled here at Occidental College. Less than 100 meters to go. And a really fine effort and solo for the last 2 kilometers. And Sofia Dudek will cross the line in 15:33.97 and hits the turf. And then the race behind her for second place, that's Al Masri. Her lifetime best coming in 15:40.72, which is the national record, and races to 15:45.47. And Claire Green third in 15:46.18. Lifetime best for Jessica Gockley-Day, finishing in fourth in 15:46.52.
A nice finish by Claire Green, Paul. She gradually moved herself up throughout the field. And for the young lady with a lifetime best of 15:30.46, the former runner-up in the Pac-12 in the 5K, really nice race for her to finish third there in 15:46.18.
Well, they were certainly on the pace in the early going, but once the pace setters stepped off the track, it was tough going for Sofia Dudek. Still wins by an impressive margin of over 12 seconds, or about 12 seconds, over Al Masri. As she takes the second section of the women's 5,000. And again, that top elite section coming up later on tonight, one of the highlights of the planned program on this Saturday evening in Los Angeles.
Paul, that was Juliette Whitaker that hugged Sofia Dudek, and another athlete from Stanford who has gone through her own trials and tribulations. She has been open about some of the mental health issues that she's been dealing with, and it's really nice to see her down there in LA support her teammate. And we certainly wish the best for Juliette Whitaker, and of course her sister Bella killing it at the 400 this year. But it's really nice to see Juliette down there cheering on her teammate. What a great teammate.
Also saw Vin Lanana there on the rail, coach of the University of Virginia. Has a few athletes here in the field, including Brett Gardner. You see him in the Virginia singlet wearing hip number 10, was an ACC champ for NC State. You see a lot of college switching happening in this era as the field gets assembled for the second section of the men's steeplechase. We'll have our top steeple sections coming up just after those 800 meters that will follow shortly here. See Caleb Williams on the inside, ran at Purdue. Quentin Orr from Iowa State. Jackson Shorten ran at Princeton. Casey Comber for Under Armour Baltimore. USA Road Mile runner-up, now given the steeplechase a try. And the Mexican runner-up from 2023 on the outside, Israel Reina, is the Mexican champion back in 2022.
Paul, I would say that Comber is actually the favorite here. He certainly has the wheels, the 334-24 1500 guy, 351 miler. He was 5th in the USATF road mile at the Drake Relays back in April. His steeple PR, though, was not as fast as you might expect with those kind of wheels, 832.19, so he might be able to do some damage here. Getting back to Vinland Anna for a moment, he has certainly coaching now one of the great charismatic athletes in collegiate track, and Gary Martin. And will be exciting to see how Gary does in the USATF championships as well later on.
So the men to the line for the second section of the men's steeplechase. And based on location of the water jump here, they start at that 1,500 meter start. And we'll go past that water jump quickly. We'll meet their first barrier here when they come to the main straightaway.
Jackson Shorten of Princeton, just a junior. He's a guy that had a bit of a rough season, and this is where if you really weren't able to get it together by the conference and NCAA season, this presents another kind of postseason for you to pull it together. Shorten ran 8:29.84 last year, season's best of 8:40.45 this year, but he was 10th at the NCAA steeplechase last year and first in the Ivy League heptathlon steeplechase in 2024. And Shorten right up there in the front.
Pace light set for 8 minutes and 25 seconds. That's important for the Americans in the field, as that is just a shade under the automatic standard for the U.S. Championships, which is 8:27. The world standard for the men is 8:15. As Comber and Jackson Shorten will head into the water jump for the first time, and everyone gets in and out of that water safely. And we'll get back on to the main part of the track here and immediately see the barrier.
This is a good move, I think, for Comer to go in the steeple, Paul, because the 1500 is so absolutely loaded in the United States, and to take a whack at something like this, I think, is a good utilization of his career, if you will. And USATF automatic qualifier is 8:27, and I think Comer could have a real shot at getting that, if not today, then sometime in the next couple weeks, because with his speed, he should be able to, once he gets the hurdling technique and kind of the mechanics of it all down, could be a real threat.
No benefit of a pace setter for these men in this second section of the men's steeplechase, so Comber having to do it all by himself. Grant Bradley has now moved up. Good shot there of the twilight. And the guys heading in and out of the steeplechase pit. Bradley, Division II runner-up this year at Northwest Missouri. And can't underestimate the power of kids that have been running in the Power 4. Some of those Division II, Division III athletes can be very competitive in this championship season. And he's up now, testing the outside shoulder of Comber with 5 laps to go.
And you're right, and I think we're going to see more of that with this new era of college sports taking place. I think we're going to see more and better athletes coming out of the Division II ranks simply because the scholarship, or not the scholarship limits, but the roster limits are going to allow some of the talented athletes to drop down maybe into a lower conference or a lower division. And if they develop later, like you see in Angelina Ellis, for instance, develop later in her career, then you're going to see a lot of these top athletes come from the Division II ranks.
Pretty confident move by Bradley there as he takes the lead from Comber for the first time. Gardner has moved up now into third. As we're starting to see the single file group of runners start to stretch out just a little bit. 6 in that lead group. 4 minutes elapsed on the clock, as Bradley will have the lead with 4 laps to go. 66.20 on that last full lap of the track to the finish line. Brett Gardner in third, Israel Reyna, and Jackson Shorten in that top 5. You can see those green lights again, 8:25. Got to run under 8:27 to qualify for the U.S. Championships. Bradley's best this year, 8:29.68. So he is incentivized to try to stay on those lights for as long as possible. He's starting to break a little bit of space between him and Comber now, Tom.
He looks terrific, actually, Paul. Looks full of run out there, and is handling all of the impediments out on the course very, very well. And but look at his turnover. It's a very, very quick turnover. Watch how he had a little bit of a hesitation step there, but is taking these barriers with authority.
Gardner is now moved into second. 3 laps remain.
So he passed with 3 laps. Paul. With 3 laps to go, he passed in 5:10. So if he can average about 69 seconds a lap, he's going to have the 8:27 qualifying standard for the USATF Championships here. And it looks like he's going to have no problem doing so either.
And he's kind of broken this one open with Gardner leading Arena. Comber now in the back of that group, so a very spirited early start for him is not paying dividends in the last half of the race. Julius Dare of the Ocean State Athletic Club in the striped jersey is also coming out of the water now in third position, but here is Grant Bradley. Hasn't lost too much of a touch point to those green lights as he continues to stretch his lead as he's got 2 laps to go. Here comes Shorten now. Oh, and a fall as he goes down here, Bradley, but a nice rollover. He's back up and running, but a potentially catastrophic fall here with 2 laps to go.
That was a Kenny Rooks get back up and go kind of move there. But it may cause him to miss it should cause him to miss the automatic qualifying standard of 8:27. But I don't know that USATF is going to have 30 athletes get there. And so if he can get at least close to that, he maintained his composure well, Paul. Like you said, he rolled over and got back up on his feet. And he seems to be really back into it mentally here. Ooh, a little unsteady there coming off the water jump, but and now he's going to have company.
Yeah, Jackson Shorten is closing the gap here, and he's going to come up on alongside of Bradley and going to sit on his back shoulder here for a moment. As we're going to come up on the bell lap, Bradley has to see that barrier he just bashed in the last lap once again as they come to it. This time he gets over it, but he's starting to look gassed here as Shorten passes him for the lead. Gardner now trying to get back into contact with Bradley, and the battle now will move to the backstretch for the final time.
And Jackson Shorten, who had a really not a great year this year again, postseason, putting it together. The young man who has only got a season's best of 8:40, made the NCAA final last year, lifetime best 8:29, taking advantage of this. About 7:59 with 200 to go, and he's absolutely full of run, Paul. He's going to run somewhere around 8:31, maybe 8:32 here.
That's Gardner in second and Deere in third. And just trying to hold on now is Grant Bradley in fourth position ahead of Reyna. But here into the home stretch, taking the win, Jackson Shorten. And he gets under 8:30, a new lifetime best for Shorten as he carves off just a couple of tenths off his previous lifetime best, but running well in what turned out to be a very different race over the last 2 laps, as we thought Bradley was going to be in control all the way home and just could not get over that barrier that they're adjusting right now and moving out of harm's way. Bradley still holds on to finish fourth in 8:38.46, but he'll go back and think about that race, and that barrier cost him potentially a shot of making that U.S. championships come late July.
Well, and Jackson Shorten really scooched that last 200 somewhere between 28 and 29 seconds and pipped his PR by 0.2 of a second. What a well-timed race. That last lap, 62.95, but literally that last 200 in about 29. And it looks like Jackson Shorten is back. And he has 1 season left of eligibility at Princeton. And he's got to be really quite happy with that. Here we're going to see Bradley take the Brody right here on this barrier. He just clipped it with his trail leg, enough though to throw him off balance. But look how quickly he gets back on his toes. And nice job by our runnerspace production crew. And Bradley made, really got back into the swing of things, but the effort it probably took him both mentally and physically. And you can see how far back that group was. And then you see Shorten now in the light vest there with 1 lap to go, and he just seizes on the moment. Goes wide a little bit, but that last 200, he was really on fire and really impressive. Look at this finishing close here. He's looking like an 800-meter runner down the straightaway, and really, really solid performance by Jackson Shorten.
So with that conclusion of the men's steeplechase, we're getting set for the high performance window. And before we get set for the men's 800 meters, let's step aside and hear from our sponsor. We'll be back with more coverage of the Sound Running Sunset Tour right after this.
Let's go.
Hydration is one of the most important things I can think of in training. Really, you can't perform to the best of your ability without being hydrated.
It's important I stay hydrated. I drink water throughout the day, but also mixing in some electrolyte drinks with that. Yeah, hydration is super important.
Ooh, $1. Ah, good. Oh, hey, jerk, give me that. I'm saving up for runnerspace Plus subscription. This baby put me over the top.
I wouldn't pay for that. I don't like to support stuff.
Woo, stinky. Dude, do you always throw away your socks? That's your Plus subscription right there.
Seriously?
With a Plus subscription, you'll gain access to all our live webcasts and the largest archive of running videos anywhere on the planet. Or you could just be like him.
Standing room only at Occidental College for the Sound Running Sunset Tour in 2025. The high performance window is upon us as we are past sunset here in Los Angeles. Hi everybody, I'm Paul Swangard, joined by Tom Fuhrer. Will Lear will be talking to the athletes here over the course of the next couple of hours of coverage. It'll lead us all the way to the 10,000 meters for the women. That'll end the program tonight. We're getting set for the action at the 800-meter distance. And Tom, fresh off the heels of a 142.01 performance by Josh Huey, the number 2 all-time U.S. mark in Monaco. I'm not sure we're going to see that kind of speed, but we are seeing the depth that is afforded North American 800-meter running here in this group that's set to run this 800-meter high-performance run at the Sunset Tour.
Loaded field top to bottom, Paul, but I think perhaps the most interesting part of this race will be how does Hobbs Kessler run. Remember, a lot of people forget Hobbs Kessler made both the U.S. Olympic teams in 800 and 1500, becoming the first since Rick Walhooter to do it in 1976. Hobbs was disappointed with a 3:48 mile. Who gets disappointed with a 3:48 mile? But he did, and I think he's loaded for bear here in this 800. And there you see the NC2A indoor champion, Matti Erickson, and of course one of the great U.S. 800-meter runners for years and years and years, since 2017 when he was the runner-up at the U.S. ATF meet and the NCAA's, Isaiah Harris. Abe Alvarado, of course, has run 144. Festus Legata, 144.10. There's our best finishing kicker right there. You talk about Vin Lanana. Shane Cohen, my gosh, we've seen him have some terrific kicks over the years, especially at the NCAA championships last year when he ran the field down. He himself equaled his PR of 144.65 just last month. Paul, this is an absolutely loaded field. It's a knockdown, drag-out fight among a very well-balanced crew of 8.
World Championship standard in this event is 144.50, and that's where the pacing lights will be set for this race. Christian Harrison on the outside, going to be the pacer here for this talented group, and they are underway. The lights are lit, and we're off and running. Top section of the men's 800 meters here at the Sound Running Sunset Tour. We'll keep an eye out for Harrison as he's trying to win the battle, but this is a swift race in the early going as everyone's looking for room to the inside, and we are fast through that first 200 meters.
About 25 seconds through that first 200, and true to Ford, Shane Cohen goes right to the back. But a really nice, the pace is good because we're single file. You can see Maddie Erickson there in the traditional Oregon green, but Hobbs Kessler right up there in the thick of things, running about 4th behind the pacer. And he came through in 50.8. That's quick.
But that's what was the prescription here, is the lights are right there and right on. 50-53 for Harrison, Alex Amonkwa and Alvarado up there in the mix as well, but they'll head to the backstretch. And let's see how this unfolds. Isaiah Harris now out in lane 2, trying to move on the outside. Alvarado looking for some space as well. Maddie Erickson is lurking there back in 5th position, but now Harris has moved to the lead.
And ahead of those pace lights, Paul.
Navaski Anderson, who set the Jamaican national record on June 8th, trying to get back into the mix here, and he is to the lead. Alvarado, Maddie Erickson, and here comes Kessler with a fast close. Erickson with a fast close as well. But is that Amonkwa who's going to get it all said and done at the end? And Amonkwa indeed is the winner. 144.40, lifetime best for Amonkwa. And the national record holder for Ghana has just set check that, it's Anderson at the line, which is who I thought it was at the beginning, Tom. And then I heard
another
Amonkwa.
national record for, another national record for Navaski Anderson. And you can see Isaiah Harris did a heck of a job here, kind of moving this field through at the end of the, and then Hobbs Kessler in the reds coming on. Maddie Erickson in the greens coming on. Alvarado trying to hang in there, but it's Navaski Anderson with the lean at the line, and we had so many fast times, even Cohen coming up there at the end. That was a heck of a race, Paul.
Yeah, final results actually have Amonkwa and Anderson in the wrong
Mixed
spots. It was Anderson first, Amonkwa 6, so my eyes did not deceive me as I called Anderson to the line as the winner. Jamaican national record for the second time in a month. As he
and how about Abe Alvarado? Just keeps getting better and better and better. Made the Olympic trial final last year. Another one of those guys that's benefited from these Sunset Tour type races to really enhance their racing capabilities, and then all of a sudden he's in Diamond Leagues and running 144.47 tonight. It's really impressive to see his improvement.
Emily Mackay is stepping onto the track. Paris semifinalist at 1,500 meters. Olympic trials runner-up last year. Little change of scenery for her in her training. We've got a lot of folks changing situations here this year, and we'll see how that pays dividends coming to the championship season here. Sage Klecker also in this race. Hip number 3 coming off Yet another fantastic performance as a pace setter. For the second time, led Faith Kipyegon to a world record. Did it a couple of years ago in Monaco and did it last weekend at Pre in the 1,500 meters. As we see the rest of the field, Sammy Watson, Maggie Congdon, and a host of other talent. Megan Hunter, the BYU Big 12 champion, third place finisher at the NCAA championships. And Menegatti, who we saw run earlier today at 800 meters, is going to pace this one for the first lap as these women are trying to go sub-2 in the Now Sports Women's 800. Those lights scheduled to go at 1:58 pace.
Paul, Megan Hunter, fourth all-time on the collegiate list with her 1:58.95, third at the NCAA's outdoor this year, third indoors in 24. But maybe the most improved athlete in this event, Valerie Tobias. She ran 1:59.49 in this track. She came out of nowhere to finish second in the USATF indoors. This is somebody whose best NCAA finish was a fourth indoors in 2022 when she was at Texas. And she is somebody that has really stepped her game up. And this is another really interesting field.
Yeah, you talk about Tobias, and how many times, Tom, have we seen that World Indoor Championship be a place where you get to go through the routine of team processing, you go to a global championship, maybe you don't come home with a medal, but once you've donned that global national jersey, I think it fundamentally alters the what's possible in your brain. So Tobias thinking about that coming into this outdoor championship season. Sammy Watson settles in behind the pace setter. Herta Klecker there in third, right and ahead of the lights here, trying to go after a sub-2 performance here on the track for the women like Maggie Congdon, who are trying to get under 2 minutes for the very first time. We'll keep an eye on her. Hip number 4. She's near the back of the pack right now, trying to stay within herself here in the early going. As Menengatti's going to step to the outside, Watson, and then Herta Klecker and Mackay with a lap to go.
And I'm surprised there's so much separation this early in the race because the field looks so evenly matched, but now we're starting to see some bunching up a little bit as things have slowed down. Herta Klecker looks terrific in second. Mackay and now Tobias starting to move up. And Paul, your point about Tobias going through the whole rigmarole, winning in the World Indoor Championships, you're right. It gives an athlete a great deal of confidence and their ability to think that they can do more than what anybody else had thought they could do. Megan Hunter now making a huge move on the outside.
Yeah, passes Herta Klecker and into the lead. Those lights lighting up the track here in the twilight hours in Los Angeles.
Wow, look
and
at
the
this.
collegian Megan Hunter, look at her roll as she is ahead of those sub-2 minute lights. And keep an eye on Maggie Congdon as well as she's trying to get under that 2 minute barrier. Sage Herta Klecker losing traction. Here comes Congdon,
Tobias.
but no one's going to catch Hunter as Hunter goes 1:58.21 and Maggie Congdon goes sub 1:59 and 1:58.55. In fact, all 5 of the top 5 under 2 minutes. Tobias gets under 2 minutes as well, and 1:59.51, a shade off of her lifetime best. And how about Emily Mackay as she runs sub-2 for the first time this season in 1:58.72. Fabulous race over 800 meters for the women.
I'll say, and wow, I mean, when you've gone through a collegiate season like Megan Hunter and you have the chutzpah to put on a finish like she did here, still have something left in the tank to get a lifetime best. And now, Paul, you really have to think, is Megan Hunter a contender to get a berth on the USA national team for Tokyo? I mean, she really ran a heads-up race, had a little bit of form falling off at the end there, but my gosh, she really took it to these women with about 200 to go and ran with such great confidence, the confidence of a veteran. And another one of your buddy Diljit Taylor's progenies coming through again.
So 800 meters are wrapped up. Trying to bring in Will Lear, who's going to check in with our men's winner. Takes down his previous Jamaican national record. Will?
second to the Tokyo World Championships with that 144 win in the 800. Last you said something in the champions at 900. You also said you never lose.
Apologize for those audio issues in the interview with Anderson, but again, under that World Championship standard, new national record. He's expected to run up in Canada in a few days at the Harry Jerome meet, which I only mentioned because they raced at the stadium named for my grandfather, which is my only vanity play during the course of the broadcast tonight, Tom.
Hey, Paul, one thing about Navasky Anderson, kind of a peculiar situation happened to him in the 2023 NC2 when he got disqualified. He had won the race rather easily, but got disqualified in that race, and so he really should have been an NCAA champion that year running for Mississippi State. So it's nice to see somebody, you know, really successful after going through a situation like that. And you know, the 800 is so tough, as you pointed out, the Josh Hoey race in Monaco. But Navasky Anderson, given any luck, might be a finalist in Tokyo this coming fall.
Well, in a race that is so deep right now, and that was on full display in Monaco in that race with Josh as well. So we'll see a lot of people talking that maybe David Rudisha's record from the London Olympic Games in 2012 will finally go down this year. What has definitely gone down is the sun here in Los Angeles. Is starting to get the darkness. Now those lights that are around the stadium are really more radiating onto the infield and the football stadium that surrounds it. But we get some light here as they come into our picture on the first full lap of this track. Craig Novak is the pace setter here in the early going in this men's final surge steeplechase. Those lights scheduled to take them through an 8:10 pace, as the men's steeplechase world standard is 8:15. So trying to work their way through these early laps and stay on that national, or if not international, qualifying standard pace. Isaac Updike.
And Paul, Jeffrey Kerwa, one of the really big stories in this event, ran 8:13.89 earlier this season. That's the second fastest steeplechase in history for a collegian, behind what Henry Rono ran in 1978. Hard to believe that the Rono record is still almost 9 seconds faster than any collegiate steeplechaser had done since. And Kerwa was second in the NCAA, got run down by James Corrigan of BYU. You talk about a guy that's got a chance to make the U.S. team. Both Rooks and Corrigan, a couple of Ed Eyestone disciples, look like they've got a couple bursts that could be very well solidified there, despite what happened yesterday in Monaco with Kenny Rooks. But Kerwa kind of came out of nowhere with that 8:13 and is really a big talent in this event.
So Updike is in second behind Novak as they have 5 laps remaining. Updike with a new lifetime best of 8:13.64 in Portland back in mid-June. Made the World Championship final back in 2023 and trying to regain some of that form that made him one of the top steeplechasers in the United States during that era. Jeffrey Kerwa also running well here for Under Armour Dark Sky, NCAA runner-up for Louisville.
Yeah, and that was the kid I was telling you about, the 8:13 runner. And then Ahmed Jaziri, who was a finalist in Paris last year, ran 8:08.02 in the Olympic Games. He was 5th and ran a season's best of 8:18 flat in Rabat back in May. Jaziri holds 3 Tunisian national records in the mile, 3K and 5K indoors. Eastern Kentucky. He was the 5th fastest all-time collegian when he won the NCAA in 2022. He's another one right in the mix there.
Yasin Sato, All-American at Virginia, was 5th at the Olympic trials a year ago. Those lights illuminating and carrying this field down the back stretch as they are looking to go 8:10. Novak is done, and Updike now with a bit of an advantage and will stick on to those lights as best he can. This is the challenging part of the race when you lose that human next to you. Jaziri makes a move into second. You're going to try to close that gap and get contact with Updike if he can, coming to that water jump as they near 5 minutes elapsed on the clock. Again, the World Championship standard 8:15, and those lights are at 8:10.
And Updike looks very, very comfortable. As you mentioned, he ran 8:13 in Portland last year, had an off year in 2024, finishing only 12th at the Olympic trials. He was 3rd at the USATF meet in 2023, but he seems to be back to the Isaac Updike of old, the 23 Isaac Updike, if you will, and running with full of confidence here. And to have this big a lead over a talent like Jaziri is really impressive, and leaving Sato and Kirwa also in his wake. But there's a lot of race left to go here, Paul.
Yeah, Kirwa back in 4th. There's a pretty good group trying to regain contact with those leaders, but you can see the 4 of them kind of in isolation now, with separation between Updike and Jaziri, and then a little bit closer the gap between Sato and Kirwa.
And Paul, they're running about 8:15.7 pace at the moment, so it has slowed down quite a bit. And that's the danger of going out super fast like they did, is that, you know, you feel it a little bit later. It's better to kind of go out maybe a little bit slower so that you're not trying to chase at the end of the race. And that's it's gotten a little bit away from the pace that they wanted to run, and now if I am Updike, that effort may in fact cause him to get pounced on from the group behind him.
Ran 65.4 on the previous lap. Here comes Sato as he's coming up alongside Jaziri in that battle for second. Kirwa sitting alone in 4th. Here comes Updike over the water jump for the next to last time, and now will make his way to that home stretch where he's got a good crowd on hand, and that will help buoy him a little bit. But those lights are starting to get away from him now, and got to find something in the tank here in the last lap as he's trying to close in on that 8:15 barrier.
It's going to be
and
tough,
it's going to
Paul.
take about a 65-second last lap to get it.
Yeah, and he's got to be worried more about winning this race maybe than getting that 8:15. His form was a little bit ragged over those last couple of barriers, but he may have enough of a cushion over both those guys because there's a considerable distance that they have to kind of traverse here.
Sato and Jaziri and Kirwa. Daniel Machowski is also moving up well, along with Aaron All of Canada and Ryoma Aoki of Japan, into the interior for the water jump for the last time as he gets out of it cleanly. Sato starting to pick up some steam here as he's closing to about 10 meters. Can that push Updike here as he comes to the final stretch? Looks over his shoulder as he's closing in on the line. Can he get under 8:15? He will. And 8:13.68 for Isaac Updike, as that is just 0.04 of a second off of his earlier season's best. So he'd already clicked off that 8:15 time, Tom, but another Good effort to back up the run in Portland from just a month ago. Sato with a new lifetime best as he takes almost 12 seconds off of his lifetime best. Michalski with a lifetime best as well in fourth in 8:18.40. And Kurwa finishing in third in 8:17.66. Last lap of 64 seconds for Updike.
Yeah, and that was a tough way to do it because he was very aggressive early on in the pace and pulled away very early, as you can see from the field. And then he had to kind of run that middle part of the race by himself, and that becomes difficult when you have all the barriers that you have. But he certainly showed a lot of strength. There with about 600 to go. Sato with a lifetime best of almost 2 seconds in that race. And Sato is going to show once again that he is going to be a factor at the U.S. Championships here. But I really like the way that Isaac Updike ran that race. He's running with a lot of confidence, Paul, because this was a very good field. You had the second place finisher from the NCAAs. You had the fifth place finisher from last year's U.S. Olympic Trials, Michalski, you know, really kind of resurrecting his career with that race. 8:18.40. Congratulations to him. That's a big step up. But Jaziri only 6. This is a guy that was an Olympic finalist and ran 8:08. So Updike really got quite a few scalps in that race and should be very proud of that performance.
Should be a fun U.S. Championship coming up in a few weeks' time, as they'll have only 3 spots up for grabs to make the team for Tokyo mid-September, back at the Olympic Stadium, site of the 2021 pandemic-delayed Olympic Games. What a difference that venue will make, as they'll have no problem filling the stands. So much of the bizarreness of that pandemic Olympics was the fact that all these athletes were competing at the highest possible level of the sport in front of absolutely no one.
Well, and I think the other point to make here, Paul, is the 1991 World Championships that were held in Tokyo were one of the greatest World Championships ever. That was the World Championships where Mike Powell set the still existing long jump world record of 29.4.5, and maybe the greatest 100 meters of all time, when Carl Lewis broke the world record of 9 with a 9:86. That was truly, truly a great, great World Championship. And to your point, that stadium will be packed every day.
So the final surge women's steeplechase will be coming up here shortly. But before we get to that, let's check back in with Will Lear, who's got the winner of the men's steeplechase, Isaac Updike.
I am here with men's steeplechase winner, Isaac. Let's give Isaac Updike 8:13 recognize Isaac for win this year, which was an 18 win in Portland. Isaac, that race went a little bit differently than this one. Talk us through what your plan was and how you executed.
Yeah. Off vibes.
And apologies again for some issues getting that microphone patched into our system here, but we're getting good pictures and good racing here, and that is the focus of our coverage here as we're in the twilight hours of the Sound Running Sunset Tour, getting set for the women's steeplechase, brought to you by Final Surge. And while we talk about one sponsor, let's step aside to hear from another.
Let's go.
Hydration is one of the most important things I can think of in training. Really, you can't perform to the best of your ability without being hydrated.
It's important I stay hydrated by drinking water throughout the day, but also mixing in some electrolyte drinks with that. Yeah, hydration is super important.
Back to the backstretch we go for coverage of the next race in the Sound Running Sunset Tour, the Final Surge Women's Steeplechase. Give you a look At the start list here, got a couple of weeks before the national championships, Tom. We've seen a lot of top American steeplechasers here in Los Angeles, just not running this particular race. In fact, only one section for the women. We had two sections for the men, but still some notable names. Three-time NCAA champion Ali Ostrander is here. Grace Featherstone out of Canada was All-American for Oregon State. Courtney Cashin, twice Australian national champion, two-time Olympian. And Madison Nooner is also competing, 2024 ACC runner-up for Syracuse. The lights to be set at 9:18. And that is exactly the World Championship standard for Tokyo here in 2025. Underway with the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase.
And Paul, moving right to the front is the Brit Sarah Tate, West Virginia senior. She finished fourth at the NCAAs in June and then went and represented Great Britain at the European Team Championships last month and came away with a runner-up finish there. 9:27.80 is her best steeple, but she's also got wheels. 4:12.66 1,500-meter runner. You can see her there, number 11 in the traditional singlet of West Virginia with the black and gold. And to your point about Ali Ostrander, you're not really sure what Ostrander is going to show up at the track. We've seen her have some great races, and then some that aren't so good, and she's kind of a little bit up and down. She was the NC2A champion for Boise State for 3 years in a row, 17, 18, 19, was fourth at the USATF meet in 19. I mean, great speed, 9:21.82 for the steeple, 15, 16, 38 for the 5, but you know, you don't know when she shows up what kind of shape she's in. It'll be interesting to see, Paul. I think that's one of the mysteries in this race.
Well, and speaking of people who didn't show up, that is now confirmed. Ostrander among the four who did not step to the line here, which apologies for us to have promoted her in this race, though she was on the start list until the moment they stepped to the line. Darkness preventing us from maybe IDing all the athletes in real time, but Colette Rampf, the German, also not competing, and Kitta of India and Emily Cole, those are the four that did not start the race. Grace Featherstone of Canada is here, and she is trying to lead this group, but they're already seeing those lights get away from them here in the early going in this women's final surge steeplechase.
Well, let's also talk about Logan Jolly, who's in this field, 27-year-old Arkansas graduate. She ran 9:39 on this track a couple months ago. She's run 9:26.23. She was 7th at the USATF in 23, 7th at the NCAA in 22. And meanwhile, at the front, both Featherstone and Tate kind of pulling away from the group. Featherstone should be very familiar to many in the Pac-12 area. Under Coach Louis Quintana, she won the Pac-12 steeple and 5,000 meters in 2023. And Paul, amazing consistency at the Canadian Championships, 3rd in 22, 23 and 24 in the steeple, and 6th at the NC2A steeple in 23. But Sarah Tate really moving well out front.
So 3.5 minutes into this race with Tate having already secured a new lifetime best this year of 9:27.80. Finishing 4th at the NCAA Championships for West Virginia. So she's from Great Britain. The Canadian Featherstone in 2nd. Logan Jolly is currently in 3rd, but already some good separation here. Alondra Negron.
I think it's interesting that Tate was selected to participate in the European Team Championships. for Great Britain shortly after the NCAAs took place. And for her to finish runner-up like that after a big meet like the NCAAs, to go overseas and then, perform very well for her country, says a lot about who, kind of competitive nature that she has. That was a very impressive kind of double for her.
Well, two things that stood out to me watching that team championship. One was the green track, very noticeable, and two was being contested in Spain. It was very warm during that stretch. They were having a pretty solid heat wave. So to the extent that she also went over there, did the international travel, global competition in tough conditions, and still performed very well. That's the kind of performance that does give you a sense that her career is heading in the right direction. And right now she's heading in the right direction, leading this field down the back stretch. A little over 5 minutes elapsed on the clock in the final surge women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. We'll move on to the 1,500 meters to follow, then 2 5Ks, including that women's 5K that we're eagerly anticipating. Will end the night racing in the darkness at 10,000 meters, a field that is mainly a contingent of Ethiopian runners that have been on the West Coast, and we're looking for a 10K, and that's also set up to run fast. That'll be kind of a fun way to end the night as we start to get close to the end of this race for Tate and Featherstone. 3 laps to go.
I don't think Featherstone is out of this thing yet, but one of the things I really like for athletes that out there that may be watching it, the running mechanics that Sarah Tate has are really exquisite. Her arm carriage is about as perfect as it can get. She has really nice turnover and really handles the barriers extraordinarily well. And so if you're a young runner out there, that arm carriage is about as perfect as it gets. Featherstone is really starting to try to reel her in and really starting to make up the gap. So we may have a really quite an interesting finish here, Paul.
Featherstone definitely making up the ground on Tate as they head to the water jump.
This is a good old-fashioned Commonwealth battle, Paul. Great Britain versus Canada.
As they come into the home stretch, Featherstone is now moving to the outside, trying to challenge Tate here for the lead. As they come up on the 7-minute mark a lap, 74.13 was the last lap. And now with 2 laps to go, they go 74.31 through about 2,200 meters. And Featherstone trying to break away from Tate and chase those lights into the darkness.
Paul, there's a shot that Grace Featherstone could better her lifetime best, which is 9:31.08, and was set in Portland just about a month ago. She looks full of run here, and I think that she is going to be able to dip under that here. Her turnover is just excellent with 600 to go. You can see on this drone shot just how fast she's moving. She takes the barriers very, very well. And she just looks exceptional. Maybe it's not at the pace lights, but for her, I think she's got a real shot at getting that lifetime best. We'll have to see the next 500 meters how it goes. A little chop there, but she looks very determined, and the turnover, again, very, very good. Good purchase off the track.
Featherstone's time of 9:31.08 is number 5 all-time in Canadian history. Kayla McCabe holding the Canadian record, 9:20.58. She set that in Los Angeles last May.
And by the way, McCabe, another ex-West Virginia steeplechaser, just like Sarah Tate, who's currently in second. Little chop there again for Featherstone. Now she's going to be coming up to about 200 meters to go. It's going to be tough here. 38 seconds. She can do it. A little chop there, too. Not a great coming off the water jump, but she may be able to break that 9:30, Paul. A lot of mistakes, but, you know, if she can come through, she should be pretty darn happy.
Yeah, Alicia Butterworth, number 4 on the Canadian all-time list at 9:28.68. Reagan Yee at 9:24.82 appears to be safe, but can she move up one spot on the all-time list for Team Canada?
Yes.
Very close at the line.
Oh, yeah, big PR.
And 9:28.42 is the official time. And she does catch Alicia Butterworth and moves up to number 4 all-time on the Canadian list. Grace Featherstone taking the win in the final surge women's 3,000-meter steeplechase in 9:28.42.
And, Paul, there's a lot left there. She made quite a few mistakes on the barriers over the last couple of laps, so there's improvement in the offing for her. And with those Canadian championships coming up, she is going to be a force to be reckoned with. 3 runner-up finishes of the Canadian National Championships. This could be the year, Paul, where she takes everyone down and wins it.
Almost getting a security escort for after that performance there. But looking back on the race, Tate, you know, give Tate some credit. She pushed out the pace there, and Featherstone had to react, and I think that put Featherstone in a great position, and then just gutted out that last lap and a half in the lead as she passed Tate here on the main straightaway, making her move with a couple of laps to go, and was able to hold her off in the final stretch.
And with a couple chopped steps and a couple of other things that she can work out, Grace Featherstone has got a great chance to maybe dip very to the low 920s. And, you know, with that kind of a time, if you're in the low 920s, maybe you get into the World Championship final.
So we move from the steeplechase down to the 1,500 meters, getting set for the Brooks men's and women's 1,500 meters. Good fields assembled here for our top-seeded 1,500 meters.
It's nice to see Vince Ciotti is going to run this race after, you know, I think he was scheduled to be a pace setter in one of the other races. To me, Vince Ciotti's, if not the most underrated miler in the U.S., one of the most underrated milers in the world. And again, a guy that just keeps plugging along. He's now 30, and every year just getting a little bit better at his craft. And now really among the elite, Paul.
Look at the full start list here. A lot of talent. Got Eduardo Herrera, set the national record for Mexico last year, All-American at Colorado. Also broke the national record at 5,000 meters at the Track Fest. Sam Prakel, 4-time U.S. national champion, indoor runner-up at 1,500 meters, made the World Indoor Championship final this year. Drew Hunter, saw him gutting out that fabulous Olympic trials effort at 10,000 meters, in which he finished 4th last summer, coming down in distance to try the 1,500-meter distance as well. Indoor mile champion from back in 2016, Henry Wynn. Morgan Beatlescombe, NCAA indoor mile runner-up in his own right back in 2022. Who doesn't love the Eric Holt story? And the Empire Elite Track Club middle distance runner, made the semis of the Olympic trials last year, was 4th, of course, back in 2022, trying to make that world championship team for Oregon. So good group assembled. There is Eduardo Herrera.
I'm interested to see, Paul, how Drew Hunter does, because he's run his lifetime best at 1,500 was run on this track in 2024. His lifetime best in the mile was run on this track in 2022. His lifetime best 5,000 run in L.A., not on this track, but at Drake Stadium in 2024. And he's in, you know, here's a guy that almost made the U.S. Olympic team in the 10,000, And he's got a very good chance to mix it up with this elite group of 1,500-meter runners. And with Vinciati as a pace setter, I think we could see a really explosive race.
I think the pace setters are on the outside, Tom. I'm not sure I see Ciotti, which is not uncommon here in the late stages of these events to see some swap outs. I saw Dahlquist with his bib on, and then next to him somebody without a bib. But we'll see if they go directly to the front, as they're next to Josh Thompson, World Championship finalist back in 2022, though his lifetime best is back from 2020. There's Eric Holt next to him, Beatlescombe, Henry Wynn. Again, pretty good group assembled here. Suleiman could have gone a little bit closer to the rail, though. It's a lot of traffic to the outside because he wants the whole space out there for himself, because they're all going to fight into that rail really early, and Suleiman does get the advantage of that little bit of space, and he's going to get himself and now wait for those pace setters to get out in front. Eric Holt full of run here in the early going as well, but they settle in. And those wave lights at 3:32. The men's world championship standard is 3:33. So trying to run super quick here in Los Angeles on a Saturday night.
Well, I think conditions are very favorable here. You know, high 60s. This is almost ideal 1,500-meter weather. No wind, no sun beating down on you. Everybody should be taking advantage of this, and they are right on pace. The interesting thing, Paul, is who's going to win this race. I think, you know, off kind of reputation, Saudi would be the guy that you would think would be the nominal favorite here, but it could be anybody.
See Saudi hip number 6 in the Oklahoma State jersey. Fourth the NCAA Indoor Mile this year, but the pace setters have gotten away just a little bit from Saudi and the rest of the field, though Saudi's still on those lights. Looks like a video game here. I'm worried that Pac-Man's going to come from the opposite direction and eat this entire field up, but beautiful pictures here from high above, and now trackside as Will Lear trying to do a little cheerleading here. Himself a pretty good 1,500-meter guy in his day. As they now have 2 laps to go, Eric Holt right behind Saudi with 800 meters to go. Josh Thompson and Henry Wynn in the back of the pack right now, losing contact with the main peloton here as they move to the backstretch, as they'll come through 800 meters in a shade under 157.
Well, they're maybe a little bit slower than they wanted. Saudi ran 3:33.93 in Portland last month. So this, and you know, Eric Holt is up there, Paul. I'm a little surprised. He's right in the mix there. He hadn't been blowing people away with his results recently, but he is right there, and this augurs very well for him.
3:34.05 is his lifetime best. Saudi 3:33.93. They're staying on those lights. Beatlescombe now starting to make a move. He's trying to close in. I believe that's Suleiman in third. Herrera in the mix as they reach the bell. Last lap in 57:30.
They have a chance, Paul, to maybe run close to 3:34 here, which would be a terrific effort, especially for somebody like Holt. And Beatlescombe coming up very well. Sam Prakel moving as well.
And there's Drew Hunter getting into the mix out in
there
lane 2 as he passed Prakel. Right behind Beatlescombe. Saudi, here comes Beatlescombe. Here comes Hunter alongside Holt. What a fabulous finish we're going to have with 150 to go. Beatlescombe.
Hunter looks great.
And
Hunter
Drew
looks
Hunter
great.
lurking on the outside. Prakel back in fourth. Herrera is there, but how about Drew Hunter? As Drew Hunter straight away turns around and celebrates a win. What a mark for him as he races to a time of 3:33.41.
That is a lifetime best for him. I know it doesn't say on the results, but that's a lifetime best, a 54.6 close. Paul, That's his third consecutive PR on this track and fourth consecutive PR in any distance in Los Angeles. He has a lot to be proud of. This young man is finally, I think, ready to make a U.S. national team after falling just short at the Olympic trials. He's certainly had his share of detractors over the years, but he has stuck with it, and what a great race plan he had.
Well, and a guy had so much hype going into his his high school career, decided to forego the chance to run in college, and I will harbor no ill will because he was going to come to the University of Oregon, chose not to do that, but really never found his footing in the elite. Then through a B race in a U.S. Indoor Championship, takes his first national title, the most awkward way to win a national title. And as I joke with him, it was finally great because when he was on the international stage, you had a credential worthy of those appearances. And you have said it right. He has now put himself directly in the conversation at 1,500 meters. Another lifetime best. Los Angeles treating Drew Hunter very, very well. 3:33.41 as he overtakes the field. Salgado second, Prakel in third. Prakel gets a new lifetime best as he was 3:34.63 coming in, so he gets under 3:34 for the first time in history. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, these times just continue to absolutely boggle the mind and just gives you all sorts of anticipation for what we're going to see unfold in the national championships coming up in late July. We'll take a deep breath here and we will step aside, come back with Tom's commentary on that race and get ready for the next race on the track, the women's 1,500, right after this word.
Let's go.
Hydration is one of the most important things I can think of in training. Really, you can't perform to the best of your ability without being hydrated.
It's important I stay hydrated. I drink water throughout the day, but also mixing in some electrolyte drinks with that. Yeah, hydration is super important.
So back at Occidental College Sunset Tour, still some great action coming up on the track. But what a fabulous men's 1,500 we just witnessed. And Drew Hunter, yet another lifetime best performance on this track in Southern California. Did it a year ago. And we saw Will Lear playing cheerleader, but now we've got him back in his role that he was destined for, our sideline reporter, as he checks in with Drew.
Let's go, Drew, indeed. Papa Drew Hunter sets a lifetime personal best thanks to the support of this crowd, 3:33.41. Give it up for Drew Hunter. All it took was him having a second kid to become one of the best 1,500-meter runners in America. Drew, you now have 3 different races to choose from, the 10K, 5K, and the 1,500. Where might we see you in Eugene in a few weeks' time?
Maybe all 3. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just know that when I'm firing on all cylinders, I can run well in any of those events. So I'm feeling really good right now and just going to keep this momentum going.
That last 100 meters looked dangerous. When you're coming down the line, which of your 2 kids are you thinking about?
I think about both of them. It's whoever's been more well-behaved in the last 50. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess recently that's Ella.
So we were talking briefly here about maybe what you're having this resurgence of sorts in your performances. What did you say to me just moments ago really led to this one?
Yeah, just consistency, and I feel like, yeah, I've just been healthy for 2 years. It's such a boring answer, but yeah, I'm just happy and enjoying my life, and I have great balance with my running, and that leads to fast times.
And at least one good night's sleep under your belt. Hopefully you'll get another one here tonight to recover. But you got 10 minutes until your next pace job. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the one, the only, Drew Hunter.
And while that was a great performance by Drew Hunter, I will say this. The second place finisher, Sale Segato, a 3:39 1,500 meter runner last year. A 3:44 1,500 meter runner the year before from tiny Oklahoma City College, where he graduated in 2021. That young man, Paul, is now a major player in the U.S. 1500 meter wars. Closes in 55:33, runs 3:33.87. Let's give it up for him. That was a marvelous performance behind Drew Hunter.
Well, more marvelous performances upcoming. The Brooks women's 1500 meters. Be our last 1500 meter race before we transition to 5,000 meters. You see the start list, and you know, another woman who could have choices galore but has already said that she will focus on the 5,000 meters this year at U.S. Champs is Josette Andrews from the On Athletics Club. Won her first U.S. title on the roads at 5 kilometers earlier this year. Got the talented Canadian Lucia Stafford in the field. Caitlin Toohey making an appearance at the 1,500 meters distance for the first time in a couple of years. Four-time NCAA champion Margot Appleton, the NCAA runner-up for Virginia. Mia Barnett from the University of Oregon. Simone Plord, another Canadian stand-up, Paris Olympian. See Anna Kemp-Bennett on the outside as well, former BYU standout. So on to the line they go. Riley Chamberlain also in the field, wearing the current BYU jersey. A lot of BYU current and former athletes racing tonight throughout the program at the Sound Running Sunset Tour. The pace lights tonight set right at the 4-minute mark. And for the women, 4:01.50 is the World Championship qualifying standard.
And I think, Paul, this is going to be a super interesting race. Caitlin Toohey finally appears to be back on course, and I think she's got an excellent shot to obliterate her 1,500 PR, which stands at 4:06.49 from 2 years ago. You also have Josette Andrews, who's about as hot an American long-distance runner as there is right now. She ran 14:25.37 at the Golden Gala in the 5,000, number 3 performer all-time U.S. And Margot Appleton, who ran brilliantly at the NCAA's, finishing second and running 4:05.68, which I think is 4th on the all-time collegiate list. You can see Appleton, number 9, now moving her way up through the pack. So this is going to be not only is it going to be a fast race, it's going to be an extremely interesting strategic race, and Josette Andrews right there in second place, right behind the pace setter.
First of the two pace setters off the track, Josette Andrews in second, ahead of Chamberlain, and then Plord and Stafford, the two Canadians. Christina Aragon, third of the NCAA championships back in 2022 for Stanford. And there's Appleton in the chase mode, leading that second group that includes Barnett and Toohey. There you see Caitlin Toohey now moving up a spot in the order with 2 laps to go as they're coming up on 800 meters.
And again, this appears to be a break here, and Appleton, who you would have thought would have been up there near the front, is almost out of it when you consider the talent that's ahead of her. And Josette Andrews really running perhaps the best she has ever run in her career. But one thing about Josette Andrews, Paul, has never made a U.S. national outdoor team, and this year would be a great time to start. And she is certainly in the best physical condition she has ever been at this time of year, and looking terrific in this race so far.
As we mentioned, won that U.S. title, her first national title on the roads. The red lights that have just been illuminated is 3:57, and Josette now getting on to the top of that front of the green lights and starting to have a target. And those are those red lights, as she's the only one in the field with a sub-4-minute lifetime best. So trying to pull the rest of this field on to some career-changing times if they can stay with her as they head down the backstretch. Again, 4 minutes is where that green light is. Here comes Stafford on the outside challenging Chamberlain, but it is still Andrews with the lead with a half lap to run.
And she could be running really close to 357 or 358 here, Paul. And look at the turnover. One thing that illuminates those lights is the way that her legs are turning over so quickly. I mean, Josette Andrews, she's going to be tough to beat for anybody in this country at 5,000 meters, and darn well may be tough for anybody in this country to beat at 1,500. Look at her go.
Josette Andrews showing the speed that may lead her to a U.S. team at 5,000 meters, right on that 4-minute mark, and 4:00:10 is her winning time. She's run 3:59.72 earlier in her career. Riley Chamberlain 4:02:03. That is a new lifetime best. Plourde 4:02.91. That will be a lifetime best. And Stafford just a shade off of her lifetime best, 4:04.95. Great racing here at the front of the pack. As we look back, Caitlin Toohey wound up in 6th in 4:08.35. As we'll look at the final run again.
And hats off to Riley Chamberlain, Paul. She did not have a great NCAA championship, and she bounced back in a big way. But look at Josette Andrews just driving. She was full of confidence in this race, controlled the race from the front, and did a marvelous job. But Riley Chamberlain, well done. A whole season of cross-country, indoor and outdoor track. As I mentioned, not a great NCAAs, and she bounces back really effectively here with a brilliant 4:02.93. And let's not forget Simone Plourde. That 4:02.91, a very classy mark. So a lot of really good running, but gosh, Josette Andrews is just right now in the prime of her career, and she is going to be a scary out for anybody at the USA National Championships. Has got to be the favorite, Paul, at 5,000 meters, has got to be at the National Championships.
Well, we'll see what the American record holder has to say. Alicia Munson will be up later on in her first race on the track in 16 months, trying to get that qualifier to be in Eugene. So that will be something to look forward to. That'll be the race that follows this men's 5,000 to come. But while we're waiting for the men to come onto the track, another chance to step aside and hear from our sponsors. You're watching live coverage of the Sound Running Sunset Tour from Los Angeles.
Let's go.
Hydration is one of the most important things I can think of in training. Really, you can't perform to the best of your ability without being hydrated.
It's important I stay hydrated. I drink water throughout the day, but also mixing in some electrolyte drinks with that. Yeah, hydration is super important.
Back on the campus of Occidental College, Jack Kemp Stadium, as there are a few rows deeps here on the backstretch. Just witnessed a fabulous women's 1,500 meters. It wrapped up our 1,500 meter distance here. Will Lear is standing by with our winner, Josette Norris. Talk about the win that she had today. Josette Andrews.
Gentlemen, give it up for your women's 1,500 meter champion, Josette Andrews. Josie, you were walking over here, you're sort of biting on your fingernails because you just said to me you wanted more. Talk about that championship athlete mindset, always driven, never happy, always going for something else.
Yeah, I just really wanted to test myself and push myself today. Work on that closing speed as we get closer to USA. So still really proud of the race I ran from the front. Wanted a little more, but that's okay. We got a couple more weeks to fine tune some things.
That's what makes athletes exceptional. Josette, from the very beginning of that race, from the gun, you got right behind the rabbits. How often are you in circumstances where it's just you versus you and kind of just going for that sub 4 minute time?
Yeah, part of today was focusing on pushing from the front and being comfortable in the front, and that was something I really wanted to practice today, so I'm proud of the way I stayed composed through that, and definitely took me a little bit to get back to the pacers, but then I really wanted a smooth first half and then really work on accelerating those gears, so that was just great practice.
You were strong, composed, never wavering throughout the entire last lap. What does that tell you as you go towards USA's and you're going to be racing the 5,000 there?
Yeah, it gives me a lot of confidence. Coming off a big 5K in Rome about a month ago really gave me the strength side of things, and today I wanted to work on some speed, so I'm putting in the pieces, and hopefully it comes together for USA's.
All right, everyone, give it up for Josette, your women's 1,500-meter champion.
So look forward to seeing what Josette can put together at the U.S. Championships at the end of the month. Plug in, too, for the unprecedented championships that will be held in Eugene later on this month. It'll be the first time that both the USA Track and Field able-bodied athletes and the USA para-athletes will be competing at their national championships in the same venue. Makes for some long days for the officials and for meet organizers, but is really going to be a spectacular celebration of the sport, and got a little taste of that last week, Tom, at Pre with a couple of para events that featured the likes of Tatiana McFadden, Hunter Woodall, and a number of other folks who, again, if you followed the Paralympics last year in Paris, absolutely fabulous competition and more to unfold. There's also a World Championship year for the para athletes as they'll compete in New Delhi, India in September. So looking forward to that coverage coming up at the end of the month. Also looking forward to this men's 5,000 as was promised. Drew Hunter is back on the track, though he's leaning on the rail. He's still winded from that lifetime best in the 1,500, but he is going to pace the early laps in this race.
And he's getting out with vigor. This race features the NC2A indoor and outdoor champion Brian Massoud of Oklahoma State. We saw Fuad Moussaoudi, his teammate, in that 1,500 earlier. Massoud certainly at the peak of his powers right now. But the biggest story here is probably Luis Grijalva. We saw Abdi Nur make a comeback earlier tonight. Grijalva's been a little out of sorts as well this season. He did a win in Portland a month ago in 13:27:24, but usually at this time Grijalva's running in the 12:50s in Diamond Leagues. And so this young man from New York City proper and Guatemalan Olympian, this is going to be a big moment for him to test his fitness out.
Well, look who showed up to do a little bit of pace setting here, none other than Gary Martin.
The charismatic Gary Martin. Well, Vin Lanana brought his whole Virginia team here, I think.
Yeah, why not click off a few laps and get some experience in that pace setting duties. The wave lights are set at 13 minutes flat, and 13:01 is the World Championship standard. Men's 5,000 A qualifying standard for U.S. champs 13:12, and the minimum standard is 13:28. Anyone between 13:12 and 13:28 would be in a position to be added to the field depending on the number of qualifiers under the A standard. Drew Bosley, Rocky Hansen, Dylan Jacobs among the early group near the front behind the pace setters in Martin and Drew Hunter.
And Dylan Jacobs is another one. Paul, Dylan Jacobs is another one who had great promise in college, Tennessee, Notre Dame. He won the NC2A indoor 5K in 23, won the NC2A 10K in 22, had an off year last year, but finished 5th in the World Indoor 3K. And so Drew Bosley Dylan Jacobs, kind of the future, we thought, of middle distance running, as is the man I just mentioned, Drew Bosley, graduated from NAU this past year. But he had a very miserable NCAA, 17th in the 5K and 20th in the 10K. So, again, a great opportunity for Drew Bosley to kind of maybe reclaim the season as we look at Luis Grijalva. Rocky Hansen of Wake Forest has had a terrific sophomore year, 5th in the NCAAs in the 5K, 3rd indoors, and he's hoping to extend his collegiate career like Riley Chamberlain did with a lifetime best here. So we've got a lot of stories within the stories here as Drew Hunter and Gary Martin doing their thing at the front.
First kilometer was 2:37.03, 62:51 on that last lap as we go high above to the drone coverage once again and into the darkness on the surrounding edges of Jack Kemp Stadium. The lights illuminating the four corners here, and Hunter and Martin lead this group down to the line now with single digits on the lap counter.
Paul, the pace is at 13:05.15 or so right now, so still very, very much in the mix. And I think similar to a couple of other races that we've seen tonight, we're going to probably have a fast race, but also a really interesting who is going to win this thing. What is Grijalva going to do? What is Dylan Jacobs going to do? What is Drew Bowsley going to do? And what is the double NCAA champion indoor night out, Brian Musau, going to do? Musau is kind of one of those guys that likes to linger and then pounce. And we'll see if that happens here.
Well, we know what Drew Hunter wants to do is go jump in that pool, as he is done for the night after that pace-setting duties, fresh off the win at 1,500 meters. So Gary Martin driving the train here for the time being.
You know, that pool looks awfully enticing for anybody to jump into, Paul, especially when you've done the work that Drew Hunter has. You know, I'd really love to see Drew Hunter make a national team, a U.S. outdoor national team. It was heartbreaking to see him fall just short in that 10,000 last year, which is not really what you would have considered his main distance. And you see these guys year after year after year, and you hope for a breakthrough. And I think we're there with him. Luis Grijalva looking pretty good in there, Paul. He's hanging right in there in the front, looking relaxed, looking confident. And similar to what we saw with Abdi Nur, another 5,000-meter runner, this is a test for Grijalva. He ran that 13:27 in Portland in June, but now this pace obviously considerably faster. And he's trying to get himself up with that lead group running that 13:05 pace. Gary Martin now doing a really good job at keeping ahead of those pace lights.
62.82 on the last lap. Rocky Hansen back in third.
Yeah, hanging in there. Again, my hat's off to these collegians that have had to peak for their conference championships and the NCAAs and still have gas in the tank to run in meets like this and still turn over fast times. I mean, it's really incredible. You see a Riley Chamberlain run a 4:02. You see Rocky Hansen right up here in the mix. It's really, really interesting to see that. And of course, you see the other side, Paul. Margot Appleton was toast almost from the gun in the 1500s. So for some, it's a, you know, they can extend their season, and for others, well, you know, time to call it quits for the year.
So Martin continues to lead. In second, just so we're all clear with all of you watching at home, was a late add to the field. Hip number 24 does not appear on our start list. Tom, I'm thinking it's either Golveer Singh, who ran earlier in the men's 1500, who's the Asian champion this year at both 5 and 10,000 meters, or Ajay Kumar Saroj, the 2023 Asian 1,500 meter champion, but I think it's one of those two. We'll try to get that confirmed for you shortly, and apologize for that data not being updated in our live results, but he is the leader right now ahead of Rocky Hansen, as they're
Dylan
now
Jacobs
starting to lose the traction here up in front.
Yeah, Paul, there's a good deal of separation happening right now. And Justin Knight, Paul, currently in 4th. Boy, oh boy, that's not a name we've said in an awfully long time, about 4 years to be exact. And he is hanging right in there. Grijalva, meanwhile, has dropped back to 6th. So some interesting developments in the pack. There's Grijalva, is not the same Luis Grijalva that we are used to, the man that finished 4th in the World Championships both in 22 and 23. Just doesn't have it today, and that's got to be cause for concern. But Rocky Hansen, look at this young man full of, vinegar out there, Paul.
And Thomas, that Musau behind him.
Hard for me to tell, it's so dark.
I know. I mean, it's another case where the live results are giving us a little bit of a trouble, but he is wearing that Oklahoma State jersey,
yeah.
So we're looking for hip number 19.
And that looks like it is him. So we've got the NCAA 5th place finisher in Hansen and the NCAA champion in Musau.
Yeah, and indeed that is his bib. Musau is in 2nd, so he's not even appearing on the live results right now, but we now have him ID'd, so it's Rocky Hansen. That's Dylan Jacobs back in 3rd, leading Justin Knight. You can see the 2 up in front right on those lights right now.
Yes. I mean, this would be just a monster breakthrough. Rocky Hansen's run 13:12, which he did indoors this year. But he looks terrific, Paul. And if he can run 13:05, 13:06 after that incredibly long cross-country indoor and outdoor season, many people that are watching might remember Rocky Hansen as a terrific prep star just a couple years ago, and he is fulfilling that promise. And Musau looks so comfortable in 2nd. This looks like a jog to Musau. And as I mentioned to you before, Paul, the NCAA is both indoors and out. Musau never wanted to be in the lead. He always hung back a little bit, and then he got the afterburners going. He's not one that likes to really push things.
Hansen's lifetime best indoors, 13:12.65, 3rd at the NCAA Indoor Championships, 5th at the NCAA Championships.
Which is really good for a sophomore and somebody as young as he is. And now Musau starting to really get on his shoulder. I think Musau looks at those pace lights and does not want to give it up here. And so Musau is going to take up the running, which is very un-Brian Musau-like. But also, I just want to point out, Justin Knight, you talk about comebacks. He's back there in 4th, but he's going to run pretty fast out here today, faster than he's run in 4 years. 2 laps to go, Paul, at 10:58.
Yeah, 62.96. Yeah, they're really going. If Musau can start to drive this one, he's going to try to dangle out there on a sub-13-minute performance. Again, 13:01, the World Championship standard. And on to the backstretch. Will Lear doing his cheerleading once again. And Hansen trying to stay with Musau. And Jacobs
Rocky
there alone in 3rd, followed by Justin Knight, who's still looking awfully good, having been so far removed from the sport for so many years.
And Rocky Hansen has an excellent chance to move up to number 3 on the all-time collegiate list here, just behind Nico Young and Graham Blanks. Blanks is 2nd on that list in 12:59.89. Both Young and Blanks ran theirs indoors, though. Rocky Hansen running the race of his life here, and Musau himself is going to have a monster PR, which was 13:11.29, and Rocky's still hanging with him.
1 lap to go. Hansen not letting Musau away just yet. They were 12:01.41 at the bell, 63.54. They lost a second on that penultimate lap. Now Musau goes to the arms and begins to elongate the slide. Jacobs now on the back stretch.
And a nice comeback performance for Dylan Jacobs, too, today.
As Musau takes it to Hansen here on the last lap, but he's back up among the lights here, and the crowd realizing the opportunity. As here comes Musau, he's going to race those lights to the line. Keep an eye on the clock. He's going to get ahead of the lights, and he will get to the line right at 13 minutes, 12:59.82. He does it.
What a terrific finish by Musau. 58.7 on the last lap, and some other great performances behind him in Rocky Hansen, who made that race, Paul. Rocky Hansen made that race for Musau, gave him some company, but Musau is a special athlete. And, you know, the Kenyans, of course, had their 10,000-meter trials at Prefontaine last week, but they have not yet had their 5,000-meter trials. And this young man has got to be considered a contender for that Kenyan team, looking as good as he did today. And Dylan Jacobs back in the saddle, 13:11.97. Great to see that performance from that young man. And then Sam Parsons, Bob Liking, Brian Barraza, a monster PR, 13:50.44. Terrific. Gary Martin finished, by the way, Paul, and ran 13:18 flat. Nice to see Gary Martin finish the race. Wow. So you see here, Rocky Hansen started to pull away with Musau, and then Musau made his move with about a lap to go. You see right there, but his final lap, 58.7, really driving there to the finish line and just confirming everything from the collegiate season and extending that performance. And I'll tell you what, one thing, out in Stillwater, Oklahoma, Dave Smith has got to be one happy man. His young man has done a marvelous job. And by the way, Paul, he's only a sophomore, and I know these birth dates can sometimes not be accurate, but 18 years old according to the official birth date on World Athletics.
They're back to the first page of the final results. Sub 13-minute performance on a beautiful evening in Southern California here at Occidental College. Brian Musau gets under that World Championship standard and beats Rocky Hansen and Dylan Jacobs to the line, our top three finishers. And we'll note Drew Hunter as a non-finisher, but after winning that 1,500, a new lifetime best, he was not required to finish that 5,000 meters after pacing the first couple of laps. Well, we're getting set for what we think will be one of the highlight races of the night, the women's 5,000 meters coming up shortly. But first, let's step aside from a word from Brooks as we get set for the penultimate race at the 2025 Sound Running Sunset Tour.
Let's go.
Out on the track, women's 5,000 meters field, getting set to race the 12.5 laps at the 2025 Sound Running Sunset Tour. As we just wrapped up a fabulous men's 5,000 meters, Brian Musau of Oklahoma State getting under the 13-minute barrier for the very first time. Got Will Lear catching up with him near the finish line to hear about the race.
I'm here with Brian Musau, who just blazed a 12:59 5,000 meters. Let him hear it. Let's show some appreciation. Sub 13 on the Occidental track this evening. Brian, you just said to me, in your heart you wanted sub 13, but your legs were saying more 13:10. How did you overcome your legs today?
You know, like, I had to lie to my leg that you're going on that pace, but my mind and my heart, we are going for sub 13. Yeah, so I had to confuse my leg. We are not going that fast, so that I can take my leg to sub 13.
I love that. You had to confuse your legs to go sub 13. This is the third fastest time in Kenya this year, 2025. Taking this momentum into Kenyan Championships, how do you like your chances of qualifying for the World Championships in Tokyo?
Yeah, you know, it always, for us athletes, it always depends on how you wake up that morning. So I'm just hoping and putting my trust in God that I'll make that team to represent my country in Tokyo.
Well, so how did you wake up this morning?
I just wake up in the morning and then look my spike, my jersey, and then I told myself, you know, the day is here. We have to accomplish what we've been training for.
No day like today. Ladies and gentlemen, get over Brian Masai, your 5,000 meter champion, 12:59.
Well, the women are already lined up for the sound running women's 5,000 meters, and there is the American record holder, Alicia Munson, next to Carissa Schweitzer. And so great to see her back on the track as she gingerly gets underway and will take a position kind of in the back of the pack here to start, though all the women ahead of those pace lights, which are set for 13 minutes, and really the time here for 14:50 in the women's 5,000, which would pace to that World Championship standard. But Tom, the focus here really is on 15:05, which is the A standard for the U.S. trials.
Well, and I think this is the most intriguing and best race of the night. There are a ton of storylines, chief of which is Alicia Munson and her return after 16 months of being out. And Paul, having just had meniscus surgery myself in the middle of March, that comeback is not an easy one, and it is filled with many potholes. And so understandably, she took the conservative route back because you don't want to rush a return from meniscus surgery, and especially when you're a runner, because the pounding of running deeply affects that meniscus. So she's back, and it's great to see her on the track. Also, Carissa Schweitzer, who is a regular mainstay on USA national teams. But again, she's got a little something to prove as well. 9th in the Olympic Games in the 10,000, 10th in the 5,000. I'm sure that she wants to take that next step and get to a podium. And then somebody that a lot of people may not know, Taylor Rowe. She broke the American 10-mile record by 2 minutes in April, won the USATF Road Half Marathon, rode 4 miles, and rode 10 miles this past spring. A great runner at Oklahoma State. She's working with that Research Triangle team put together by one of the great coaches and human beings out there, Alistair Cragg and his wife, Amy. And congratulations to Amy, who is expecting her second child here this year, around November, December.
And you can see Taylor Rowe up near the leaders, kind of popping out to the outside just a little bit back there, and let's call it 6th or 7th position right now as they get through the 800-meter mark, and we'll come down to the line for the first kilometer of the race. Laura Galvan also among the leaders, the national record holder of Mexico, Schweitzer. Lauren
And Paul,
Ryan.
fine collegian in Grace Hartman of NC State. She was 2nd in the NC2A 10K, 5th in the 5K, and has run 14:58.11. One thing I wanted to point out, Paul, maybe the most shocking result I saw from last year was Carissa Schweitzer winning the 5th Avenue Mile. You don't expect, she still has wheels, and she ran a course record 4:14.8 and taking a field down of great milers and great 1,500-meter runners. And, you know, just when you think, maybe Carissa Schweitzer has hit her plateau, she throws out a race like that to remind everyone, I'm not going anywhere.
2:58.63 for the first kilometer, 71.5 seconds on that last full lap to the finish line as they remain right on those lights at 14:50 pace.
Yeah, they're about 14:54 right now. So if they can keep hoofing it like this, and what I like is it's single file, and there are a lot of people that are up there near the front, so we could have ourselves not only a very fast race, but similar to what we've seen a couple of other times tonight, a very good race. Another person that doesn't get a lot of recognition is Ali Bukowski from Furman, Brooks Beast. She has a best of 14:57.54. She has a season's best of 15:12 on this track back in May, but Allie was 6th at the U.S. Olympic Trials excuse me, 6th at USATF 5K and 5th at the Olympic Trials in 2021, so she's a seasoned veteran. Paul, she's won 13 Southern Conference titles when she was at Furman, 13, and was second in the NCAAs in 2018, but an underrated runner indeed.
Still Lexi Holliday and Courtney Wayman, two talented elite runners in their own right, but doing a little bit of pacing tonight for these women at 5,000 meters. Galvan and Schweitzer there. Elise Munson back in about 15th position, but still plenty of time to make up that gap. And again, just trying to focus on time here in her return to the track, trying to get under that 15:05 A standard for the U.S. Championships. Coming down
And
the main straightaway now.
And let's not forget, Paul, that Courtney Frericks, the American record holder in the steeple, is in this event. 8:57.77. 32 years old now. An incredible big meet competitor. Silver medal, 21 Olympics. Silver medal, 17 World Championships. Second at the USATF meet in 18, 17, and 19 in the steeple. Just a great, great competitor, also making her way on the comeback trail. So many compelling stories in just this one race.
Yeah, Munson one spot ahead of Frericks now as they move down the back stretch.
And Lexi Holliday, who's the Lexi Holliday, who's the pace setter now, Paul, has an excellent chance to make the U.S. World Championship team in the steeplechase. She is right in the mix there with, Gabby Jennings and Val Constine and the rest of them. She is a terrific competitor.
Taylor Rowe making another move here. She moves up now and challenging Galvan for 4th overall, as they'll see 7 laps on the counter. So they come through 2,000 meters in right around 6 minutes. And staying on those lights and that 14:50 pace. A little bit of separation now. Top 8 in front. Munson back in 11th, but soon to be in 10th as she moves one spot ahead and maybe trying to stay within contact of those leaders as they work their way down the backstretch through 7 minutes elapsed on the clock.
Paul, Bailey Hertenstein currently in 3rd. Another great story. She ran 14:56.33 indoors this year. She was 2nd in the USATF 5K Road Champs to Josette Andrews, the former Colorado runner, Pac-12 cross-country 5 and 10K champion, 3rd at the NC2As in the 5,000 in 2024, the benefit of training at altitude. Bailey Hertenstein, again, one of those athletes that can get lost in the shuffle, but she is right in there in 3rd and looking very, very comfortable right ahead of Taylor Rowe. There she is, Hertenstein. Thank you, cameraman at thank you, our cameraman at Occidental College.
Well, they came through right at 7 minutes and 30 seconds at the halfway point as they're on 15-minute pace. And the leaders still being led by the pacer Holliday as she looks around.
Grace Hartman is at the back of that pack, which also includes Kaylee DeLay, coached by Marisa Powell out there in Bellevue, Seattle area. But Alicia Munson, I think, Paul, is fairly content to just kind of shake it out tonight, it looks like, and not really press it too hard, which kind of makes sense.
Keep an eye on the American record holder, Munson, who is leading that group of 4. Now just coming into the main straightaway, back there in 9th position. And Holiday still pressing as Schweitzer now in 2nd.
You kind of wonder, as good as Lexi Halliday's looking, whether she's going to pull a Gary Martin and may decide to finish the race anyway. But yeah, this is an interesting race, kind of a little bit of a, kind of a changing of the guards, Paul. You have Schweitzer in 2nd, and she's surrounded by Hertenstein and Rowe, a couple of the real young up-and-comers, with Hartman not too far back. And these young kids are coming on. And it'll be interesting to see how they finish. And Kaylee DeLay, by the way, hanging in there. A former great steepler at Yale. Right in the mix. Right there in 10th. 9:01 through 3,000.
Yeah, Halliday came through 3,000 meters in 8:55. The last lap to that 3 was 71:54. And now 72:72 on that last lap. Munson now getting ahead of Galvan and steadily moving up in the order here. But you can see the gap that has broken out. And the lights getting away from Holiday.
And she's looking back there, seeing where everybody is. You know, Taylor Rowe there in the purple looks really, really comfortable running on the outside there of that lane. She, Schweitzer, Hertenstein all look good. Somebody we haven't mentioned, Lauren Ryan, hanging in there as well. Bukowski, who we talked about earlier. Munson seems to be moving up a little bit, maybe getting a little bit more confidence in how she's feeling, Paul. But she's 6 seconds back. That's an awful lot to make up in less than 4 minutes. And there she is, right ahead of Grace Hartman, the runner-up at the NCAA Championships in the 10,000.
So you see Taylor Rowe is now moved up into 2nd, making that transition off the roads and onto the track, trying to keep that momentum going from what has been a dominant series of performances on the USA running circuit.
The move to Raleigh has really done a number for her and Alex Mayer, another Oklahoma State guy who has been running brilliantly on the roads. And with that Team Cragg, they have been just really, their careers have been really enhanced. Now Lauren Ryan taking it to the front here.
So a K to go for the leaders. You see Munson back in 6th, running all by herself, hoping somebody comes back to her so she has someone to target here in the latter stages of this race.
Yeah, that's the no man's land that you don't want to ever be in, is the no man's land, Paul, to your point. Somebody come up or come back, please, so I have some company.
And here is Rowe now with the lead. 72:58 on that last lap. Schweitzer, Hartenstein, Ryan, Kuchalski, and Munson.
So Munson right now, Paul, about 5.5 seconds back. Taylor Rowe looks really full of run. Hertenstein also looking very, very comfortable. Schweitzer's about as consistent as anybody you'll ever get. You know what you get with Carisha Schweitzer. She's always going to be in the hunt. And if you can run a 4:14 mile, even if it's slightly downhill, you know that she's got the wheel. She's also a 2-minute 800-meter runner. If I'm Alicia Munson, I'm pretty encouraged by this run. The first race you've had in 16 months, and you're doing this well, I think that's really impressive. And as long as that knee feels good, which is the big, big thing, I know it myself, having just gone through my 5th knee operation and my 2nd on the meniscus, if that's feeling good, you'll be back.
So Rowe and Hertenstein on to the final lap here, as Schweitzer has lost traction with the leaders. And Rowe and Hartenstein's going to go to the outside and challenge Rowe on the back stretch. And gets slightly ahead and then moves back to the rail and has the lead now with a half lap to go and starting to break loose from Rowe just a little bit.
And making up time on those green pacing lights as well, Paul. Bailey Hertenstein, a lifetime best of 14:56. And if she can keep hoofing it like this, she has a chance to better that. But more importantly, she's going to beat one of the top fields you'll ever see in a U.S. 5,000 meter race.
Into the home stretch, Bailey Hertenstein is going to take down her previous best, 14:49, and now officially 14:48.91. And we'll await Munson coming across the line. She does look like she's going to get under that U.S. trials standard as she finishes in 15:01.63. But out there in front, 14:48.91, lifetime best for her. Rowe with a lifetime best. What a last kilometer in this women's 5,000 meters, Tom.
Yeah, Bailey Hertenstein is a runner that you know, we have trained with Mark Wetmore at the University of Colorado and Heather Burrows. Always seemed like she had tremendous talent. She has speed too. She was 3rd in the Big Ten 1500 when she ran for Indiana. But this is a whole nother level, Paul. She has taken herself now to another level. She's taken herself to the point where she may break up that triumvirate of Schweitzer, Cranny, and Munson that has dominated the 5,000 and 10,000, and Kaladi, if you want to throw her into the mix as well. You're going to have to pay attention to Bailey Hertenstein now. You're going to have to pay attention to Taylor Rowe. These are 2 young, up-and-coming runners, and the veterans are going to have to look over their shoulder. Meanwhile, if I'm Alicia Munson, I'm pretty pleased with my first race back in 16 months to run 15:01.63, which seemed to me, Paul, to be a very, very controlled effort.
Yeah, she showed incredible patience, you know, starting from well back of the field and then slowly and steadily moving up, and I think always having in the back of her mind just the knowledge that the time was more important than the place. Though Munson still ended up in 6th place overall and witnessing 4 lifetime bests in front of her. Hertenstein, Rowe, Ryan, and Buchalski all dipping under their previous lifetime best. Just another day in middle distance running here in 2025. And we hope to maybe hear from Bailey here shortly. If you're wanting to hear from our winner, stick around as we're going to get this women's 10,000 meters started, as it's a relatively small field assembled here, largely a contingent of Ethiopian runners that have been on the West Coast for the last week or so, and you see just 6 athletes.
And Constanze Klosterhoffen. She sticks out amongst that group, Paul.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this 5,000 at the U.S. National Championships is going to be a very, very intriguing race. You know, do Schweitzer and Cranny continue to make those national teams, or do we see Hertenstein, Rowe, and where does Munson have with 3 weeks to go? It's going to be absolutely fascinating, that event, Paul. Absolutely fascinating to see who makes that U.S. team. I really like the way Hertenstein closed, too. 64, as you said, that last final kilometer was exceptional, but that last lap, too, she just blew the doors off. A great, great field. The best field we had in the entire meet. and to run that 64 seconds. And I would like to know what that last kilometer was, because that was really sensational.
So 25 laps of the track to conclude our action at the Sound Running Sunset Tour for 2025. Good warm down for the assembled crowd at Occidental College as they'll click off the early laps here. And we'll get a set of the field, and we were scheduled to have 3 pacers in the race and 6 women running the full 10,000 meter distance, and we'll hopefully get some and while they head out onto the second lap of the 10,000 meters, let's check in with Will Lear and the winner of the women's 5,000.
14:48, down from 14:56. We were just doing the math. Does anybody count how many seconds of a personal best that is? It's 8 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Bailey Hertenstein, winner of the women's 5K. We let those lights get away for a second. What were you saying to them in your head when they were starting to get away?
Well, so I made a mistake at the 10 back in March where I made a pass around the girls and decided to chase the lights, and it ultimately costed me my race. So I think this time I was just like, you know what, we're not going to repeat history. Let's just compete with the women right here.
Yeah, those lights, they have a mind of their own. They don't slow down for you. Unfortunately, they don't wait, but at the end of the day, you had a massive last 600, 800 meters, caught back up with the lights. Going into USA's, having all this momentum behind you, how are you feeling before the national championships?
I'm excited. I mean, we've just been showing so much improvement, and it's never been linear, but I'm excited for where we're going. I'm excited for where Pete's taking us, so I think it's just going to be a good time.
Gloves are going to be off in Eugene. How do you think that race is going to go? Are you going to take control? I mean, you were sort of biding your time tonight. We weren't worried about the lights. We're not going to have the lights in Eugene. What do you think is going to go on in that 5K final?
I always ask myself that, and everyone's always guessing, like, are we going to be tactical? Is it going to be straight from the gun? I think you just kind of have to take what's in front of you and roll with it and have a plan A and a plan B.
Well, you just firmly established yourself as one of the favorites, Bailey, so congratulations. Bravo to you. Let's give a round of applause to Bailey Hertenstein, ladies and gentlemen, your 5K champion.
Ladies coming down the home straightaway here.
Our thanks to Will Lear for those interviews tonight as the racing continues here in the women's 10,000 meters.
Another 71.5 on that 400.
Boeke is the pace setter here with Almayu as they are pacing up in front. Klosterhoffen falling back of the pacing here in the early going. So our live stats try to help us ID these athletes who are not wearing hip numbers, which is every announcer's, whether in stadium or on broadcast, nightmare.
Paul, Sarah Chelangat, who's in this field, from Uganda, 4 national records she holds. 10K, 3,000 indoors and out, 5,000 and 10,000. But a heck of a cross-country runner. She was 5th in the World Cross Country Championships in 24 and 4th in the 18 World Under 20 cross-country championships, and has run 30:24 in this event. Has a clearer path to the World Championships being from Uganda than the Ethiopians that we have in this field, a number of whom did not start. Looks like Ayachu did not start. Alamayu, well, she was a pacer. I guess it's just Ayachu and Belaine that did not start tonight.
It'll be 2,000 meters complete when they reach the finish line. Schlangat and Klosterhoffen in that chase group running in second. And Tom, this may be a game of attrition. Again, I think at least 2, maybe 3 of these women in front are pacing.
Yes, I think that that is correct. Klosterhoffen, one of those athletes, kind of on the comeback trail. She holds 12 national records, 12, and was third way back in 2019 at the World 5000 in oppressive heat of Doha. 8th in the Olympic Games at 10,000. Her most recent accomplishment was winning the European Championship 5,000 in 2022. And Paul, last week at Pre, she ran 15:14:22 for 5,000. So she's trying to get her mojo back as well. We've seen a lot of that today, some more successful than others in that endeavor.
So it is Boeke and Mabratu that are 1 and 2 in this race. Mabratu is scheduled to run the full distance, and Boeke was scheduled to be a pace setter. She's now about a stride and a half ahead of Mabratu as they come down to the start-finish line again. Crowd still giving encouragement here as they stay on those lights that are pacing them to a sub-30-minute performance. World Championship standard in women's 10,000 is 30 minutes and 20 seconds.
And of course, we saw last weekend the Kenyans have their men's 10,000 meter trials and women's 5,000 meter trials. The Ethiopians presumably will have their 10K trials at their national championships. Sometimes, Paul, they've had their trials, so to speak, the Fanny Blankers-Cohen meet in the Netherlands, usually around Memorial Day weekend, but not sure how they're doing it this year. Do you know?
I have not. I know the Kenyans actually moved their trials, and it's been quite a controversy because they shifted it by a week, and everyone's going like, we've been training for this, and now you moved it a week, and it was because of the availability of a venue. Looks like Aichu is now moved up into second ahead of Mabratu.
And Aichu holds the world under 20 best in the road 10 mile, 51:18. She was 6th in the Diamond League in Xiamen in the 5,000, 14:31:88. She has, Paul, run 29:43 on the roads for 10K, Aichu, and she was 2nd in the 2024 World Cross Country Championships under 20. So she definitely, Aichu, has a number of credentials, only 20 years old, although we do know that there has been some pushback on the Ethiopian Federation for ages that may be incorrect. And I believe I read somewhere where the Ethiopians were actually getting involved with making sure that these birth dates and so on were correct. Did you happen to catch that too?
Yeah, and the percentage of those that were found to be accurate was not very high.
No, it was not. So we can take these these 20-year-old Ethiopians in Aichu and Mabratu. They may not be 20 or they may be 20. Not altogether sure.
For the record, 2,500 meters a few laps ago was 7:29, so clicking through that sub-30-minute pace as we're nearing 10 minutes elapsed on the clock, so we'll call it about a third of the way through this final race of the night at the Sound Running Sunset Tour, the women's 10,000 meters. Boeke and Aichu and Mabratu, and I believe it's Getachew, who is the 4th member of that quartet in the back. wearing the Adidas kit. And
there's
Schellinghat
Klosterhoffen and
Klosterhoff.
Schellinghat.
So 16 laps left. As they'll come to 4,000 meters on the next trip around the oval. Boeke been driving this train from the very beginning. Last lap of 71.80 and trying to stay on those lights, but the trio behind her starting to lose a little bit of traction here, Tom.
Yeah, it's been an impressive run all said here, just to keep with pace. You know, these certainly are not the ideal conditions for running a 10,000 meters, but Boeke, you know, she has great purchase off the track and looks really, really good. Now, Boweke's age is listed as 19, Paul. She did run 14:27:33. I believe that was in Rome. Yes, at the Golden Gala in Rome. She ran 14:27:33 for 8th, and then last week at Pre ran 14:31:94 for 7th. But Paul, I don't have a 10,000 meter best for her. I do have a road 10K up at the high altitude of Addis Ababa, and that is a 32:42 dating back to last November. So I believe this is a debut 10K for Boeke.
Well, and as you mentioned that, she stepped off the track because she was pacing. So we're down to 3 here in front. So I appreciate all the effort to research her there, but again, in the midst of that, she did step off. So just 3 here as Getachew now is in front. But 73.4 in that last lap. Things have slowed down here in this last kilometer and starting to lose ground on that pacing. Got a lap and a half before they reach the halfway mark.
And Getachew did run it at Pre in 24, but she just ran the Peachtree Road Race and lost by 1 second to Helen O'Beary, which is a pretty impressive performance when you lose to an icon like Helen O'Beary just by 1 second. Of course, the Peachtree Road Race, basically the biggest road race in the U.S. every year, always held on the 4th of July in Atlanta. And Getachew also won the Houston Half Marathon this year, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and 5 seconds. And she holds the African under 20 record indoors, 14:42:94 for 5,000, and listed as a 19-year-old. So regardless of who was in and who was out, there were a lot of impressive African runners that were on the track, some as pace setters and some that will actually finish the race. Laps to go.
So halfway home on the backstretch, as there'll be 12.5 laps into this 10,000 meters. Schellinghat and Klosterhoffen about 30 seconds behind the leaders.
Paul, it's 65 degrees in Eagle Rock at the moment, so maybe not ideal for 10,000, but not a terrible. You know, this time of year, that's not a bad temperature at all for interior Los Angeles. 65 degrees at this time of night, so not terribly uncomfortable. passed about 15, 13 or so by my eyeball.
.74.37 on that last lap as things continue to slow down here in the women's 10,000 meters.
Nia Chu now looks like she's moving to the front. At one point I thought she was falling off just a hair, but now she decides to take over the pace setting duties.
They'll try to work together here. 74.37 on the last lap for Gedeshu.
So Nia Chu, since this appears to be her debut 10,000 on the track, be interesting to see how she copes. There certainly was a sub-30 road 10K. Looks like sub-30 is out the door for tonight, but still should have a pretty good performance nonetheless. So Paul, as we kind of look ahead to the national championships in 3 weeks, what event are you most interested in seeing? What is the event that kind of stirs your fancy the most?
Fair question. I don't know. I'm always a big fan of the 800s, and I do think they tend to offer a bunch of, you never know what you're going to get on that day, and we've seen, I think it's the hardest race. You got to start in lanes, you got to fight through traffic. We've seen some of the best we've ever had fall. I can think of Brenda Martinez and Alicia Montano, and of course Athing Mo at the trials just last year. It's just a brutal gauntlet of a race to try to make a U.S. team. So if I had to choose one, I'd say the 800 on both the men's and women's side. I think it'll be, and we saw some performances today that are going to, add to the potential narrative of, toughest team to make.
I would concur. I think I'm most looking forward to the men's 800 without a doubt. It's very interesting because you take a talent like Hobbs Kessler, who made the Olympic team last year, and right now he may not be in anybody's top 5. Yet he ran 144 today. Brandon Miller looked great. Hoey has been running absolutely unbelievable. Bryce Hoppel. It just all of a sudden has become such a dynamic event in the last 1+ years, not only in the U.S. but internationally as well. Well, they're taking turns at the front, trying to help each other. By the way, while we have a moment, just a shout out to the group at Sound Running and Brooks for giving these athletes the great opportunities. The Sarah Salgados, who you wouldn't, who kind of came up through the Sound Running ranks, so to speak, and finished a second in 3:33, and of course the great runnerspace team in Occidental College and in Eugene. A big thanks to them as well tonight.
Yeah, busy weekend of action around the country. Some great performances today in Memphis. Got a bunch of athletes north of the border for a stretch of the Canadian Track and Field Tour. They're in Edmonton tomorrow and then on to Vancouver at the Harry Jerome on Tuesday, and everyone kind of closing in on the national championship window, set up in such a way that, you know, kind of everybody pauses to give these athletes a chance to go and compete in their respective national trials. And that's, of course, coming up for the United States in Hayward Field at the end of July and early August. Canadian trials out east this year.
Paul, do you know why the Jamaicans had their trials so much earlier than everybody else?
I believe it's still a World Athletics rule that there can be 2 separate championship windows, and then your federation can choose one of those 2 windows. And I think that was the reason for the Jamaican trials. And I suspect there were other federations that were also trialing at that time, but Jamaicans were most notably featured in that late June window.
Now they're cranking out those 74-second laps like metronome out there. It's hard on your body to run 25 laps on some of these tracks. You know, you have to be very kind of cautious with your footwear because some of these tracks are very, very hard. And your body can take a beating from running a 10K on a track. That's for sure.
Coming up on the 23-minute mark, elapsed on the track with this, can't call it a solo effort, but definitely a small group on the track for this 10,000 meters to finish off the night at the Sound Running Sunset Tour. Natis Bratu with 6 laps to go.
It'd be interesting to see how this breaks up. Ayachu, the one that doesn't have, well, Mabratu and Ayachu, both, as far as I could tell, do not have 10,000 meter track, have ever run it on the track before. Getachew has run a 10 on the track, 30:59:39 from 2023, when she's got a chance to better tonight.
Coming up on 8,000 meters, as they'll have 5 laps remaining on the track when they reach the finish line. Almost a full minute ahead of Schlangat and Klosterhoffen. And a little bit quicker on that last lap, 77.78, after they threw in a 79-second previous lap.
And Paul, right now they're on about 30:46 pace. Obviously, it'll be a little bit faster because we're likely to see a kick of some sort or another. But that 30:46, if she can hang with it, will be a big PR for Getachew and a nice debut for the other two.
Ayachu now leads Mabratu and Getachew as they have a mile to go on the track to close out the Sound Running Sunset Tour.
That lap in 76.5.
And should be a K to go now. Now a little bit of a shift and a move. As Getachew now, it's 3 laps to go, so a K to go at the top of the backstretch. The lap counter wasn't available to us on that last lap, so we were off a lap.
About 30-40 projected finish now, Paul. And maybe a little bit faster if the final 2 laps yield some fireworks here.
Well, it's starting to get a little competitive too, Tom. As we're going to start to see a little bit of separation here. 75-35 on the last lap by Getachew, but now some separation here as we get into the final stages of this 10,000 meters. Leaders closing in on Klosterhoffen, who just passed the line with 3 laps to go. But Getachew now 70-36, almost 5 seconds faster on that last lap.
Yeah, so we may hit a sub 30-30 if they push these last couple laps like we think they will. Not a bad night's work if you can run under 30-30. There's Klosterhoffen.
And Getachew in
really
full stride
up
now. Yeah, with a lap and a half to go. As we're past 29 minutes elapsed on the clock, and finally a breakaway by Getachew, as she will come and alongside and will pass Klosterhoffen. So laps Klosterhoffen, and we'll hear the bell now with 1 lap to go. It was 70.36 on the last lap, and she goes 69.38 with a lap to go.
And Paul, remember her lifetime best 30.59. She's the only one of the 3 that had any sort of track
at the Sound Running Sunset Tour. Schwangart wrap it up in a shade over 32 minutes, and Klosterhoffen will get there right around 32:10. So Getachew, the winner in 30:36.67 in the women's 10,000 meters to wrap up the Sound Running Sunset Tour.
Well, you see Getachew making that move with 3 laps to go, starts to get a little bit of separation. And then down the home straight, passing Klosterhoffen. And getting herself a big lifetime best. And a terrific finish. Getachew just 19 years old.
Well, Tom, closing thoughts?
Well, I think a couple things. We saw something old, something new. Josette Andrews continuing a marvelous season. Great to see Drew Hunter have another terrific performance at this venue and in the city of Los Angeles. But I like the youngsters. Megan Hunter, Bailey Hertenstein. A great performance by Brian Musau of Kenya and Oklahoma State, Navaski Anderson of Jamaica. These are going to be folks that that are going to have an imprint on this sport over the next couple of months. So it's been a pleasure once again working with you, Paul, the doyen of track and field here in this country, and appreciate the working with you and all the good folks at runnerspace.
Right back at you, Tom. It was an enjoyable night here in Los Angeles, but it is still the middle of a very busy season of running, jumping, and throwing. A look ahead at some of the upcoming live events, both north and, I guess it would be over the pond in the case of the BMC British Milers Club events that we'll have in both July and August, and a lot of action up in Canada with the Edmonton Athletics Invitational happening tomorrow. Harry Jerome from Vancouver on Tuesday night. But here in Los Angeles, it was a great international contingent of runners coming to get their momentum for the upcoming championship season. Some great performances up and down the distances from 800 all the way up to that final race at 10,000 meters. Enjoyable time here at the 2025 Sound Running Sunset Tour. For our entire runnerspace crew and for Will Lear and Tom Fuhrer, I'm Paul Schwangart. Thanks for joining us, and so long from an after sunset finish here in Los Angeles.
Thank you. I'm gonna, this headset I had to hold together with my hand the whole time.